I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and we are assimilating a tremendous amount right now. A lot of you are worried about a coming war with Iran because our president is using the opportunity of a general being in a foreign place, Iraq, to really make a stand against Iran. Why is he doing that? Well, it's true the general was involved in activities in the past. Whether he was involved in 9/11, that's a different subject. Pence mistakenly said that he was, which we can't really verify. We can't even verify if that general was involved with the attack on the embassy, which wasn't really an attack, it was just protests and some sort of a squib going off in the background. Nobody was hurt. So to kill a general of his prominence is merely a provocation at the very least. So we are looking at a man who's looking to provoke a dangerous world power and ultimately trigger reaction of some sort. Now, I believe this is a diversion, a classic diversion. He's trying to take our mind off of the impeachment Senate hearing trial that will be coming up. And he painted himself as the great leader, championing against terrorism, blah, blah, blah. Was this a calculated agreement to let Iran finally build up the nukes they wanted and then go ahead and attack Suleiman and threaten the growing power in Iran? Is this our big move that maybe Jimmy Carter could have done when he sent 8 or 9 helicopters in to try to save the 52 hostages and they failed? They all died, those men did. Our track record attacking Iran is not good. Iran has never started any wars that we know of or won any wars that we know of. So it's not like they're a strong enemy, but the fact that they're so close to Russia makes it very suspicious that Donald Trump is doing this. So I pieced everything together and I calculated the possibilities, and I believe that Donald Trump is doing this upon Vladimir Putin's request. I believe that Vladimir Putin made a secret phone call, because all of his calls are secret with Donald Trump. And he told him to do this because right now the price of oil is going up, which helps Russia. Iran will be ordering more S-300s or S-400s from Russia, which will help Russia in trying to bolster their ability to defend against our attacks. The saber rattling will undoubtedly make a lot of people feel like Donald Trump is doing something, so it's a win-win. And Sarah mentioned this to me, that a third thing is that, well, if we're willing to attack Iran, then Trump can't possibly be working with Russia. Ironically, that plays out too. So it makes sense that Donald Trump would get a message from Vladimir Putin saying, go ahead and attack this general. I believe that Donald Trump is doing everything he can to help support Vladimir Putin in every way. So far, he's batting 1,000. He's really helping Putin in every way possible. Because according to Robert Mueller, the sex tape was used to blackmail the president. It just wasn't part of his purview. I'm quoting him. The sex tape was used to blackmail the president. So how can we possibly think that Putin isn't involved in this somehow, and there's a sex tape involved? That's pretty serious. So to take our mind off of the obvious need for impeachment, Trump comes up with this complete attack on this general and then claims that he's really doing the right thing, when in fact he's pushing us closer to the nuclear time clock. Now, I never wanted the treaty with Iran signed. I said don't sign it. I even said Trump not to sign it, and Trump didn't sign it. But I also believe that we needed to keep the economy of Iran rolling along and not just shut them off like Trump just did. It also created a problem with China, because one of their big contracts was with a telecommunication giant, Huawei, and one of their leading people, the CFO, the chief financial officer of Huawei, was arrested, Meng. And that cost us a trade barrier constructed with China now. We have no trade deals with China. Nothing. It's dead in the water. Nothing's going to happen either. So we're really our country's doing the bidding of world powers that want to make money on weapons and want to enlarge their weaponry. That's why Donald Trump doesn't want to initiate any type of intermediate nuclear force treaty. He made no effort to put one out there with Putin. They both are talking about violating any INF agreement. So both countries are going to start making tactical nuclear weapons, which helps the industry of the military-industrial complex and pushes us closer to the brink of nuclear war. So we are moving toward nuclear war, global nuclear war right now, thanks to you Trump-tards who support Donald Trump at every level. We just had one in our pre-show, Call Up. Trump-tardo, who continues to defend Trump on all the talking points. It's all a Russian hoax. It's all fake news. Everything's just a scam. It's all a scam. Yet none of those things are actually able to defend against the strict testimony of 17 witnesses that said that Donald Trump did do a quid pro quo. And I asked this person on the phone, why didn't Trump record any phone calls with Putin? And he said, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to record phone calls with world leaders. Well, when you're being accused of colluding with a world leader, you do. And Donald Trump refuses to record any calls with Putin. If that isn't a sign of guilt, I don't know what is. Well, then you ask for his tax returns, which would show how Donald Trump attained all his money all these years, for about 15 years, and he clearly doesn't want anyone to know that it came from Russian oligarchs' purchases of Miami property at 3 times the price. Money laundering. Donald Trump doesn't want anyone to know he money launders or does any kind of a side deal with Russian oligarchs. He wants us all to think that he had nothing to do with Russia, even though he hired Paul Manafort, a Russian oligarch, to run his entire campaign. And he brought Michael Flynn on board, who was a Russian oligarch, essentially, working for Russia. Our own top expert, national security advisor, Michael Flynn, veritably was a liaison with Putin. And we're supposed to sit back and think Donald Trump had nothing to do with Putin. Huh. Wow. You know, the only problem we have here is that Donald Trump really doesn't know what he's doing. He's kind of flopping around like a fish out of the water. He has a lot of damage control rolling out in different directions from a group of people that are under great stress. And I admire Kellyanne Conway's strident support of Donald Trump. I really do. I don't know anybody who defends him like she does. And I think that those type of people are essential to Donald Trump functioning. Having Carolyn Sunshine in the Oval Office for private moments with Trump, we can't see what they do. Carolyn Sunshine is a very pretty woman. She took over for Hope Hicks. We don't know what's going on in the Oval Office. We didn't learn from having a president who had his penis filleted in the Oval Office. We didn't learn from that Bill Clinton experience to actually get a video camera in the Oval Office. He's in there with this poor 23-year-old girl. God knows what's going on. So the president is in there with beautiful women, and he's private, and everything's wonderful. And we're supposed to think that, oh, this guy's just really great. He's really transparent. We don't know anything. We know nothing about Donald Trump, other than the fact that he makes mistakes left and right and tweets all the time. We don't have any type of a thing about him, Donald Trump. In fact, if he could just resign, we could move on to the real issues of the day, which would be addressed by Mike Pence. I'm more than willing to see Mike Pence as president now after Donald Trump's unbelievable incompetence and his desire to start wars left and right. I really don't think we need a destabilizing president like Trump right now. We need somebody a little bit more conservative. And believe me, Mike Pence, and I'm not endorsing him, but Mike Pence has conservative down pat. So I would love to be able to work with the Democrats or the Republicans in the upcoming election, but I don't think they even want me to get 1 second of media time, because so far I've been completely shunned from the American media for the past 11 years. There's a sex abuse case against the Boy Scouts. They say over 12,000 people, I count even more, have been abused, little boys. And apparently the story is gaining virality finally. Latest sex abuse suit against the Boy Scouts could open the door to many more
victims and some 7,819 alleged abusers. All of these people identified by Dr. Janet Warren. And it is important to point out, Lynn, those are the numbers that we have. It is unknown just how many potential victims and abusers have gone unreported.
Okay, well, the report in 2015 had 14,000. She just reported 12,000 Boy Scouts. So the number is actually much higher than 12. It's probably 20 or 30,000 Boy Scouts have been abused by 7,000 Boy Scout troop leaders. And some of them might even be transgender for all we know. Yeah. So we're really concerned that Rex Tillerson never did anything when he was director of the Boy Scouts for 20 years. He never prosecuted one of those people. So hopefully this story will actually get some momentum and we will see some prosecutions. All right, so now Trump is in conflict with his new Secretary of Defense, Esper. It's like musical chairs in the Trump administration. The guy that made a good deal with Raytheon and sold $800 and some odd million worth of Raytheon unmanned vehicles somehow got the job as Secretary of Defense, but ironically, he's already started on the wrong foot. Esper contradicts Trump on targeting Iranian cultural sites. He claims that we're going to follow the laws of armed conflict, when in fact, Trump doesn't care. He's openly saying he'll do whatever he wants. So he doesn't even have a quorum of people supporting him within his own administration. It's just unbelievable. He can't even get on the same page. And I have to remind everybody that Donald Trump does not get any minutes of information from the top military brass. He ignores the entire period of time where he would get intel information because he doesn't like to hear that stuff. He actually has Jared Kushner. Yes, my hair looks great. He actually has Jared Kushner on the duty of sitting there and taking all that information in. And as you know, Jared Kushner he's not too smart. He's like a C- student who barely got through. And he manages to take money from people as a slumlord like Donald Trump used to be. So he admires Jared Kushner, who tried to open up a secret line of communication with the Kremlin, by the way, was overheard having done that with Russian diplomats. But yet he doesn't face any kind of retribution whatsoever or even recall by the Congress. So I guess Jared Kushner is the guy who should handle the important intel from our military leaders, considering Donald Trump is so disengaged from what's happening. Nice, huh? Nice to know that we have a president who doesn't even know what's going on, yet threatens the world. Must make you feel really good. Now, you Trump-tards have thought through this, I'm sure, and realize that Iran has 5 times more strength than Iraq ever did in defending themselves. And I'm sure you've thought through the fact that they've got 9 missile factories and a battery of missiles that could devastate even an aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean. I'm sure you're aware that if we did lose 3,000 or 4,000 men on the aircraft carrier, that would rest on you, Trump-tards, for encouraging this nonsensical war. I'd rather get back to the bargaining point, releasing the economic sanctions for the most part against Iran, and at least talking about how we can proceed forward. But Trump doesn't want to do that. He just wants to initiate a global nuclear crisis. Now, as you know, Barack Obama authorized a nuclear weapon for Iran. So they do have a nuclear weapon now. They have one nuclear weapon that we know of. It's not like in Jimmy Carter's days when we could have done something, but he didn't. I definitely think that Iran should release the hostages, and Jimmy didn't have much in the way of, chutzpah. He couldn't do anything. He was kind of a milquetoast joke of a guy. And to this day, he's probably pretty milquetoasty. Rosalind, could I go to the bathroom right now? Is that okay? I'm going to use the bathroom now. But seriously, I'm more concerned at this point about the future of our country as opposed to creating a nuclear war with Iran. Because it's not in our best interest to have a nuclear war with Iran, is it? Especially considering Putin is going to back Iran in the inevitable case we do, and that means we're going to have a nuclear war with Putin. Nice, huh? Okay, so let's find out what happened to the Golden Globes. We had a really good video from one guy who put himself out in the line. Yeah. We've got the live leak version of Ricky Gervais at the Golden Globes for later tonight, but just a few snippets. He really laid into a lot of the elites and Jeffrey Epstein, the whole case, all the cover-ups. And using sarcasm, he did a pretty good job. Let me play you a few clips of this.
Coming for you. Look, talking of all you perverts, it was a big year. It was a big year for paedophile movies. Surviving R. Kelly, Leaving Neverland, Two Popes. Shut up.
He forgot the tribute to Mr. Rogers. I mean, Tom Hanks was seen publicly making faces at the Golden Globes. Nobody knows what kind of faces these are, but everything seems so strange about him lately. You know that Tom Hanks has a collection of gloves and shoes online, a photographic collection? One glove or one shoe. He takes pictures of one glove or one shoe. And everyone wonders, is this like an abduction fetish he has? Because everyone can't understand why Tom Hanks has a collection of photographs with one shoe or one glove on there. And they're always kids' gloves. So he somehow managed to get himself a job playing Mr. Rogers when he sounds like somebody else. It's ironic. And here we have now Ricky giving the truth in no uncertain detail. I hope this guy has protection, because when you expose and fillet the underlying deep pedophile strain that's going through Hollywood, you run the risk of being retaliated against.
Shut up. I don't care. I don't care. Many talented people of colour were snubbed in major categories. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. The Hollywood foreign press are all very, very racist.
There you have it. You know, African Americans have had a tremendous showing in film and television over the many years, and still to this day have a disproportionate number of people in Hollywood who are African American, more so than our population. So even to say that is absurd. But he's just trying to get under the skin of some of those really, really rich people. And maybe he will. Maybe he'll get under the skin and they'll get pissed off. Who knows? I did not watch the awards last night. I'll be catching the live leak later tonight. Okay, more information about Jeffrey Epstein. Gruesome photographs have appeared, but they appear to be photoshopped. Yeah. Now, you're going to be looking at a picture of somebody's body, and it's not Jeffrey Epstein's. They say it is, but it's not. And it's clearly photoshopped right around the neck area. You can see it's a bad splice job. And you can't tell, but you can see clearly that his nose is broken. That's pretty serious. And no answers from our government or the New York PD or the Metropolitan Correctional Center where he allegedly died. No answers regarding why his autopsy picture is different than his real picture. The most obvious mistaken identity I've ever seen. This is a guy that clearly the nose is different, the ear is different, yet they show a picture that you can't even tell that, with a guy laying down with a broken nose. And isn't it strange that the Metropolitan Correctional Center has blue khakis or clothes for all the correctional people, but yet everything's in orange in this picture? I don't know. Baden is on record saying that the neck was broken, so he clearly didn't commit suicide. So Michael Baden's correcting his own signature and claiming now that the neck was broken, so it couldn't have been a suicide by self-caused purpose. He didn't strangulate himself.
The forensic evidence released so far, including the autopsy, point much more to murder and strangulation than the suicide.
Now, Michael Baden was asked, why did you have only one person identify the body? Because he had Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, come by and say that that was indeed his brother Jeffrey. Now, anybody with eyes can see that's not Jeffrey Epstein, clearly. Yet Mark said it was, so Mark's in on it, allegedly. Michael Baden's in on it, now claiming it was a murder, when in fact Jeffrey Epstein was seen alive 20 days after he allegedly died. There he is right there looking up at a drone on Little St. James Island with one of his maintenance guys reviewing damage from Dorian. This is 20 days after he died. And he's wearing his signature blue shirt, which he liked to wear with Trump. You can see he's right here in 1992. He likes light blue shirts. So I will, when I'm president of the United States, open a brand new investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. We will rearrest him and get him back on track under heavy lock and key, and the kind of safeguards we should have put in place when he was stationed at the Metropolitan Correctional Center. Donald Trump is clearly protecting his friend Jeffrey Epstein, which is kind of ironic. Yeah, so there's more news that's kind of tangential, but I'll bring it in anyway. Nancy Pelosi is going to introduce a resolution implying preemptive surrender to Iran. Something's wrong with Nancy Pelosi, folks. She's going to have some, maybe a psychiatric evaluation. I don't know. Why would we have a preemptive surrender to Iran? Breitbart's reporting the story. She wrote a letter to her Democratic colleagues in the House on Sunday to reveal a new war powers resolution that amounts to a preemptive surrender to Iran in ongoing hostilities. You know, this is another reason why the Democrats blew it with Iran. I never would have signed the treaty. I'm glad that Trump followed my recommendation and didn't sign the treaty. But again, I would not have imposed economic sanctions to the tune that he did. I would have made sure there were economic sanctions against counterfeit paper or counterfeit ink, anything that the Iranians could use to generate money illegally, but I wouldn't have cut them all off. And it really created a problem for our trade relations with China. So Pelosi, too far to the left, Trump, too out of it and far to the right, not really willing to make adjustments, a very, very stalwart situation, unlikely going to change anytime soon. So we'll see what happens. Breitbart could be a branch of Alex Jones for all we know, but not really. I mean, it kind of got that way when Steve Bannon took over Breitbart. I would agree with you there. Andrew Breitbart was murdered, although they called it a death by a heart attack. Andrew Breitbart was the one that actually tried to expose the Pizzagate story and allegations of John Podesta. Andrew Breitbart was the guy that was openly vocal about Barack Obama's Muslim background and how he... Yeah, anyway, basically Andrew Breitbart was terminated many years ago, and we used to talk about that, but the Breitbart legacy now is to actually question the Democrats. This is a very questionable thing what Nancy Pelosi's doing, and I think Breitbart's on the right track with this one. yeah, Occam's razor implies that people are being murdered because, well, they know too much. Yeah, it seems that there are like 150 people on the Clinton body count. No one knows why all these people died, and many of them realize that about 60 of them were close friends of the Clintons, and they ended up killing themselves. What's the likelihood of that? So it's highly unlikely. There are many questions that many people have about these people. Sure. Hey, here's a story that came out when Clinton was president and he was being impeached. The impeachment vote in the House delayed as Clinton launches Iraq airstrike, citing military need to move swiftly. And then the impeachment only lasted in the House with Bill Clinton, and we're finding out, will it last in the House with Donald Trump? Will the Senate take the trial seriously? Will Mitch McConnell and his connections to Russia be exposed? Moscow Mitch is making the decisions about the Senate trial of an impeachment of a president who is allegedly working with foreign powers on the side. So it looks very suspicious that Mitch McConnell is the key man to decide whether he's going to have a trial or not, considering he gets money for re-election every year from Russian oligarchs. Mitch McConnell gets money for re-election from a Russian oligarch. Yeah, and the Democrats won't talk about this. Now, he gets money for re-election, and so does Lindsey Graham get money from re-election from a Russian oligarch named Len Blavatnik, who ironically works for Oleg Deripaska, the man allegedly controlling our election. So all of this is connected, but the Democrats don't want to talk about it. So we have to assume the Democrats don't want anyone to know that they get money from Ukrainians. Like Biden got a lot of money, $800,000 from a Ukrainian Burisma for his 2016 run. That's a lot of money from a foreign government through super PACs. So all these Democrats are sucking off foreign money, and they expect to continue doing that. They don't want to expose what's going on with Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, even though it could be a key element in getting the Senate to actually take this seriously. Now, there are Republicans out there that don't want to receive foreign income and are upset about what's happening, and they probably would be the ones to vote against Donald Trump in the upcoming Senate hearing. Not really. I'm not taking sides with the Democrats or the Republicans. I believe that all of them are incompetent at this point. I'm not siding with Joe Biden on anything. Thanks. Let's go back to the main news here. In a letter, U.S. military tells Iraq it will withdraw. Seriously, watch this. You talk about incompetence. Check this out. In the letter, the U.S. military tells Iraq we're going to withdraw. A top general says the letter suggesting U.S. would withdraw troops from Iraq was a mistake. So we're telling Iraq we're going to withdraw while we're not telling them about what we're doing with a general, and we just went ahead and did it anyway and took out this general, Soleimani. But this general is now in the crosshairs, and he doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, basically, the top U.S. general said Monday a letter suggesting the U.S. would withdraw.
Said moments ago that widely circulated letter announcing that the U.S. was repositioning troops in Iraq because it had been ordered to depart by the Iraqi government was mistakenly released. CNN's Barbara Starr is live for us at the Pentagon. Barbara, the letter was what, just a draft?
It was, Jake. We've had an extraordinary couple of minutes here. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, coming back into the press room within minutes of leaving earlier to tell us what he had learned about the letter after making some phone calls. The letter, he says, quote, that letter is a draft. It was a mistake. It was unsigned. It should not have been released. Poorly worded, implies withdrawal. That is not what is happening. So this letter talked about repositioning some forces. That has been going on. That is very well known, very well understood. But the letter also goes on to say to prepare for, quote, onward movement. General Milley adamant that is a mistake. The letter had, as a draft, had been sent to some Iraqis and apparently leaked or sent to the media from somewhere in this chain of events. Milley, very concerned about the international implications, so he wants to emphasize it's not true.
Okay, well, so we aren't withdrawing from Iraq. That's good to know. It's a shame that Trump can't get his house in order. It really is. And you Trump-tards continue to defend him. Yeah, so the story about Trump repeatedly attacking Iranian cultural sites undermines what his administration and Esper, the new Secretary of Defense, is claiming. And by the way, none of these Secretaries of Defense or Commerce have been approved by Congress. Trump has a rotating staff without approval. He likes temporary staff members because he wants to fire everybody that disagrees with him.
That coming after the president tweeted Saturday that the United States has 52 targets in its sights if Iran retaliates, one for each American held during the hostage crisis of 1979. Experts say a military attack against a cultural site would constitute a war crime, and White House aides are attempting to defend the statements by claiming Trump never made them.
As for these critiques, President Trump didn't say he'd go after a cultural site. Read what he said.
He didn't say he's targeting cultural sites. He's identified sites.
Secretary of State Pompeo. The president is also countering a vote at the Iraqi parliament to try to oust U.S. troops by saying he'll impose very big sanctions if they do, just as hundreds of U.S. troops are deploying to Kuwait on short notice to serve as reinforcement amid those rising tensions in the Middle East. Despite Trump promising repeatedly on the campaign trail to get the U.S. out of long, expensive, and bloody Middle East engagements.
War and aggression will not be my first instinct. A superpower understands that caution and restraint are really, truly signs of strength.
Well, then show some. Instead of being a weak pussy of a man who just goes around and takes out people looking for provocative ways of starting World War III. It's pretty obvious what's going on here. It's not some big, amazing, intense reality that we have to deal with. There's nothing intense about it. It's a simple, orchestrated diversion. Very simple. I think we should reinvest our strength in Iraq. I tend to agree with the person who called up in that respect. I don't think maintaining a weak stance in Iraq was smart under Obama. It led to us losing cities like Fallujah 2 or 3 times. And that's not a good move. So I think maintaining a strong position in Iraq and working with the Iraqi government, as opposed to what Trump just did. He didn't bother to even ask Iraq if he could strike.
Now Iraq wants us out.
Now Iraq wants us out, which is a very bad political move by Trump. It weakens our hand, and then we find out that Trump telegraphed that he was going to try. Some of his people said we were going to withdraw from Iraq when we need to fortify our position there. So you can see how confused our policies are now with Trump. And you Trump supporters must by now realize how incompetent he is. And if you don't, then your IQ isn't high enough to understand that. Believe me, at this point, Iraq is our ally. Don't treat them like some divisive force when we have been cultivating a relationship and have over 160 mothballs base there. We've got 160 bases in Iraq. The U.S. mothballed a bunch of them. Anyway, Sarah is here to talk about our nation. You got a nice outfit there. You're wearing your official. That's a good look. Yeah, I like that. That looks nice. That was a shirt that I couldn't fit into. I gave it to Sarah. It's pretty nice. It looks good on you. Okay. Well, I got to tell you, voting for Hillary would have been just as bad as voting for Trump. But that's been my point all along. The two parties are leading us astray. And I said this in the other room, in iVlog. I said, we're dealing with the desire of very powerful people who run our country to divide us. That's why we have an extremely right-wing Fox News broadcast and an extremely left-wing CNN broadcast. They're designed to divide our country and feed us talking points that we hate each other with. And here we are trying to build a centrist political movement that doesn't want to take away your right to bear arms, doesn't want to suppress your free speech, and comes up with great ideas to fix the country. So it's a no-brainer. Obviously, a centrist party is going to unite the country, right? Well, that's the only way we're going to stop the powerful moneyed interests that fuel this division constantly. Left versus right, right versus left. Okay, you want me to buy viewers? How sad is that? I'm technically shadow banned on Twitter and on YouTube, so buying viewers isn't going to help me. But Twitch, maybe so. You never know. All right, Sarah's going to take over. I'm going to be doing a little something in the other room. I'll be back. That's nice to hear.
To get David Sponheim elected, you're going to need to spread the word. You're going to need to collect signatures. You're to get him on the ballot. You could donate if you have money. If you don't have money, you could donate your time. I love my life. Completely love it, bae. Oh, good. KY. Kai Wolf or KY. Alright. I like me. You like me. I like myself as well. I love my life. Man, I've got the best life. How so? Why do you say that, Carl? Carl's Packler? Yeah, I am acting normal. I don't know if David is on the ballot in any state currently. My first day back was excellent. Funny stories. Well, you know I'm not that funny of a person. So do I have a funny story? Well, I have a good story. I put up this cool, with the high school robotics team, we had this cool outdoor kiosk we built. And so on one side it has like shelving, and on the other side it has just like a board, and then we're going to install this expensive whiteboard, magnetic whiteboard on it. And then we're going to move some stumps that are currently by our garden. We're going to move it out by this kiosk so teachers can teach outside. Yeah, the high school robotics team does all these like things for the community. They built like tiny houses. They're really a cool group of kids. So we did that on the 22nd of December, a few days before Christmas. And I was kind of worried about the plate. It was fine on the 22nd of December, but the last like 3 or 4 days we've had these really strong winds, and I'm like, I hope the kiosk is okay. And I went there and it is so strong. Looks great. Yeah. It's really good. And then I got an email today saying they didn't put in the whiteboard during the break because they just want to make sure it's secure and things like that. And so they want to come back this weekend and finish putting it in. So it's very good. I'm not watching The Bachelor. I don't have regular TV. I only have Netflix. And then I read today something about watching Netflix. 30 minutes of Netflix is equivalent to driving 4 miles. It's horrible for climate change. Anyway, one of the other things I do is that I do sometimes watch Netflix over the break I did, but hello Super Dave. I'm so sorry I wasn't here before, but now I am. I should type that. Anyway, I watched it over the break, but I'm gonna stick to my rule. I think I started it. I don't know when I actually started this rule, but I'm going to stick to my rule of not watching any shows on school nights except for Sunday. Sunday, I still do it. It's still the weekend. And usually it's David's one day off. But, no, not 30 miles, but 4 miles. Well, they changed the policy now, so instead of No Child Left Behind law, it is called the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA. That's the most recent one. And, I mean, it's okay, I guess. I mean, do I want to anyway, it's all right. I follow all the basics is that you follow the core standards, the Common Core state standards. You can read more about that at corestandards.org. That's pretty cool. You power your TV and computer with your bicycle generator, so in 30 minutes you travel 16 miles. You know, I would love to see, hi Super Dave, I would love to see high schools at the very least, not necessarily anything less than high school, but high schools, I would love to see those operate more like Western Governors University, where it's like a competency-based education. I really like that. Where it's like, you have to do this, 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 and this to graduate. But anyway. It's illegal state now? You mean a legal state now? Oh, hi to your look-alike friend Leah. Iranian presidential advisor posts lists of properties owned by Donald Trump. Oh, interesting. That is interesting. That's funny, Carl. I'm not going to click on your link, but yeah, I think you're right. I agree. Our school, we have an amazing culinary program, so that teaches that does teach kids about cooking. As far as survival, well, we actually have a nursing program at our school. Our high school, we have a great high school. We have an amazing robotics team. We've got all the others, football, all the sports that as well. But we have a really great CTE programs, college and technical or career and technical education programs as well. And then they just went to trimesters for the high school, or So with the trimesters for the high school, it's going to be able to offer more students more options. Before they were on semesters. And anyway, they'll be able to offer them like 6 more courses that they can take, so they can have more options and opportunities. When I was going to school, I was required to take a economics course, finance, which did talk about balancing your checkbook, financing, and it was economics, so we did more than that. Like there was some investing in the stock market, and one of them, there was lots of different things. Okay. Do I agree with this statement? Partisan politics is compounded by only two parties. Yeah, I do agree with that. We do need it. Compounding meaning growing. I do think that we could definitely have more options to limit partisan politics. I don't own any Raytheon. I don't really want to because there's certain stocks that I know they say do well, but that I don't really like what they represent. The average home, wait, what were you saying? The average home in the U.S. with one credit card owes $15,000. Oh my goodness, I'm glad that's not me. I don't know. I don't have a son, so it's hard to say whether if I did have a son, whether I'd let them play tackle football or something like that. It's hard to say. Yes, I do know a third party. America's third party, Bay. Good night, Master Meatball. I'm glad I was able to lull you to sleep. Weed is legal in Illinois. Good to know. That's very good. I think that'll help them. .8% of 7.509 is less than the square root of any. I would say any integer. Canadian. Is the square root of 1 4? No, the square root of 1 is 1. I don't know the answer to you, Carl. I'm not one of those people. I don't know what David's cooking, Lou. Yes, you're right, Trump Tardo. America's coming up soon. No, I mean, November's coming up soon. Election Day is going to be an important day in American history. I agree with you, J-Mix. Maybe not the world, Tom Cruise, but maybe not even US, but maybe US. Well, fair isn't always equal. Life is okay. My life is excellent, but I don't know. I don't think I just lucked out. I think I worked hard for my life. And part of it is that I worked hard, and I also I think it comes down to appreciation. One of the big things is appreciation. Well, Lou, you already have one thing that you can say you appreciate, which is being able to talk to me. I'm just dressed like a secretary, not the other term you say, Carl. I kind of take offense to that. The cube root of 1 is 1. The cube root of 8 is too. I have never seen Puppet Masters, no. Oh, thanks, Canadian. Thank you, Tom. I do believe in accepting others. Why, Bay? I can help you understand math. I don't currently have a Discord server. Yeah, maybe it was my family. I think part of it was my family and part of it was me. I mean, maybe part of it was David. You know, I was the first in my immediate family to get a bachelor's degree. My grandparents had bachelor's degrees after World War II, but then my parents didn't do that. And then but my brother, he just but even though I was the first one, then my siblings soon followed suit. And then my brother got a master's degree before I did. And then just about less than 2 years ago, no, 2 years ago, about 2 years ago, I decided to go and get my, get a master's degree. And I'm really glad I did. And the thing is, when I got the master's degree, is that I didn't want to go into debt doing it. I never said it wasn't Canadian. I don't know what you're talking about. No, Carl. Trump Tardo, I don't believe you. The average house in our area is $249,900. Thank you, Daryl. It was a lot of hard work, but I'm really glad I did it. Well, they have teachers like me at the local school, so I guess it's a good area. They're near a Navy base. Nearly 250K, 249.9. That's the average. They say that has actually dropped 24% of what they were selling for a month before. I get this news thing from a local realtor like, oh, let's look at the real estate things in your area. Maybe I might start my book. Well, I have written a garden handbook for my local area. Hello, Offer Up Bay. Oh, thank you. Sometimes. Well, I don't make anybody go sleep on the couch. I would go sleep on the couch if I didn't want to be around someone. Danish blue cheese. That sounds good. Is the prologue of my book on termites. Get it? Prologue. Ha ha. I didn't say that. That was from somebody. I think that was from Max Out Reddit. He's laughing at himself. Yeah, I go on Zillow. I know, it's all good. I go on Zillow or one of those other sites too to look at values for houses around here or property, and it's just too expensive for my taste for now. Eventually I'll be able to afford it. Whoa, that's crazy. We don't. I have bought ladybugs to battle garden pests. Yes, like aphids, yes. I've never bred them. I don't know how to breed them. I would totally do that if I could. I haven't planned on that, Canadian. I don't know what you mean by that, William Shatner. Yeah, I do not like aphids, that's for sure. Aphids are not good. I had some aphids. Hello, Jennifer. I had some aphids attacking my Brussels sprouts a couple years ago. Oh, there's a massive infestation of Japanese ladybugs that are killing all the domestic ladybugs. I didn't know that. Oh, really? Interesting, Tom Cruise. Pretty interesting. I have no idea what you're talking about, Canadian. Yeah, well, J-Mix, it's maybe she could have remodeled. Do you have the house now, or does your mom still have the house? You just haven't found the right person that smells the way you want, that is good for you. You need to wait, because none of those women that you're smelling are appropriate for you. You have to wait until you find the right scented woman. They don't all smell the same. Yeah. Yeah, that's very cool, Tom Cruise. Yeah, sometimes you do, William. I like Canada. I disagree with you, Final Dream, completely. Ladybugs versus Asian lady beetles. Now, even if we've thought about a 814, we're like, no. David and I are very happy together, just the two of us. Emergency pasta. That's so funny. Yeah, it is nice. I agree. David does look amazing, especially for his age. What do you think, William? In his line of in the world today? Sure, I'm sure. Whatever you think. All right. Well, we all have our weight to bear. I don't know, 814. How are you? Yes, we had a cedar Christmas tree. David took it down today. Yeah, but it's so, anyway, he de-Christmased the house or whatever it is called. Which is fine. Yeah, normalize the house. I really appreciate that David before Christmas really kind of like cleaned up the house better, even better than normal. It was good, but it's even better. So that's really nice. Yeah, we ate all the rest of the pumpkin pie. We still have chocolate left, but I'm slowly eating that. No fudge. But we yeah, and then but he took the cedar tree down, put away the ornaments, put away the bags to reuse for next year, the gift bags. I know, Daryl, I really do love sugar. I know it's the one thing I should totally give up, but I don't. I'm feeling just fine. I'm trying to avoid eating all the sugar, all the chocolate all at once. That's why I'm saying I'm slowly eating it. Trying to limit myself to like just one piece a day. Well, that's why, because if I ate all the chocolate at once, then I would. Okay. I gotcha. Well, David actually eats I would say he eats very healthy. Healthier than other people. I do have a box of chocolates. I had to, but I just have one. No, I'm just kidding. Should we? No, I've been pretty good. David credits me with controlling his carbohydrate urges because I don't really like carbohydrates that much. He has gotten better about eating less carbohydrates. But yeah, I mean, he's like sensitive to salt, so he eats less salt, so that helps his heart. He's sensitive to sugar, so he doesn't eat a lot of sugar at all. So that's good. He loves to eat vegetables. He really avoids junk food more than I would if I didn't have him in my life. He usually he makes these amazing salads, so he does really good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with eggs. I guess it's an okay protein. I'm just not a big fan of eggs. I have heard that you can live on sardines and rice. I've heard that there's certain people that are really healthy that eat like sardines every morning. David likes sardines. He gets the ones that are not, that are in like, I think water or olive oil or anyway. Sardines to me are okay, but. Yeah, usually sardines are oily, but because they're packed in oil, but you can do the ones packed in water, which is good.
Thanks for giving me the time that you gave me. I made a dinner.
Probably do need more rum.
Yeah, we both
Thanks
need more
for
rum.
making a dinner for me.
You're welcome. Enjoy. There's some chicken in there and some cabbage and sweet potato and lots of veggies.
Okay, thank
So
you.
help yourself to that.
Yes, I'm going to stay in this area and avoid being a mosquito target.
Yeah, really.
Next year.
Western Washington is definitely a great place to live. Thank you. Well, good luck. Rest up. Yeah, so we've got the evil Illuminati coming in here, paid to attack us every night as we continue to provide excellent solutions to the problems in the country, and they have no solutions. So they have nothing but name calling. That's all they can do. Welcome back. Thank you, Ridiculous. Thank you. Yeah, so mosquitoes are definitely bad for Sarah, so we won't be going back east, except maybe D.C. to check in with our senators and congressmen. I don't have any word on him, Joe. Yeah. You could invest $1 million and create at least, I'd say, 100 jobs. Yeah, selling oranges on the corners in LA. $1 million investment could get 100 jobs selling oranges. The Starship thing really works, yeah. SpaceX is a joke. Elon Musk is a crackhead. He admitted it himself. He uses crack to stay up. So it's kind of all a big joke. NASA is never a straight answer, right, Scissor Fight? Never a straight answer. I believe we're spending $20 billion we shouldn't be every year on NASA. I would like to shrink NASA's budget down to the essentials, a satellite launch payload system which we can make money back from, and not have it outsourced to companies like Tesla and yeah, remember when NASA could do things at one point? Yeah, now Tesla can't even get that thing to work. Nor can Richard Branson, who got $4 million. That's right. NASA gave them $4 million just to take a ride on his trip around the world, and he hasn't even been able to pull that off. So a lot of money's wasted on that stuff. Look at his eyes, yeah. Copeland? You think Copeland is on crack, really? Let's take a look. Copeland. Copeland who? Who exactly are you referring to? Stuart Copeland? No. Yeah, Copeland explained the problem between himself and Sting. No, that's not it. Okay, Epstein. Yeah, we're going to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Remember, he's been involved in the grooming of various Illuminati puppets. Here's a picture of him with Miley Cyrus. Remember when they were together? Notice where his hand is. Notice that. Yeah, so Illuminati puppets, and now Miley Cyrus has a lawsuit. She settled for $300 million on a song she just cleared. We Can't Stop. Apparently people can't stop suing her. Apparently they settled out of court, undisclosed amount, a $300 million copyright infringement lawsuit from a Jamaican songwriter, Michael May. Claimed the singer took elements from one of the compositions from her 2013 hit, We Can't Stop. So apparently they can stop with a lawsuit. Okay, we covered Jeffrey Epstein and Miley Cyrus really quick. Boom, we're done. Wasn't that great? I didn't even milk it for all it's worth. Kenneth Copeland defends his lavish lifestyle. Let's take a look. We're going to play this later tonight, a full interview.
Fly commercial. You said that it's like getting into a tube with a bunch of demons. Why do you think that?
No, listen to me just a second. Not the people. The main reason is because of the need. If I flew commercial, I'd have to stop 65% of what I'm doing. That's really the main.
So if he flew commercial airlines, he'd have to stop all the things he's doing. The ministry would have to slow down. Okay, we'll look at that later tonight. We wouldn't want the ministry to slow down. Maintain the speed of the ministry. After all, how many people have been exposed to the Lord? Well, probably everybody. Please, Carl, please. I talked about not wanting to talk about sex tonight. Remember that? Thank you. Can't Stop, We Won't Stop song was lost in a hard drive burn that I had. It's still on my earlier videotapes that were monetized way back when. Every time I played it, it would be monetized by YouTube, so I gave up playing it. No, Sarah yawns because she works really hard. That's why she yawned on cab. It's not like she's She's very tired. She's not getting enough sleep. We both need more sleep. I need at least 6 hours. I'm getting 5.5. EBS. Yeah, the EB-5 visa says you can get a green card if you invest $1 million in the United States venture capital. Yeah, that's kind of amazing, isn't it? It's like it's almost like become a U.S. citizen almost, except it's a green card. Just buy a green card online. That seems so wrong at all levels. He could fly his own Cessna, but then he wouldn't have professional pilots, around him. I'm not here to defend the rampant ripoff of people who are religious icons. I can only tell you that we could impose a 10% flat tax on those people. That would mitigate some of their rampant profit taking. I think a 10% flat tax should affect them just like everyone else, because we shouldn't treat churches differently than we would everyone else. But a flat tax of 10% is what I'm proposing. It could get our country on track financially. Everybody would pay on anything over $50,000. So most people I know don't make over $50,000, so I'm not worried about the people in my neighborhood. They wouldn't pay any taxes. But it would be also an incentive for churches to keep their budgets under $50,000 in donations. I know I could run a church on $50,000 a year easily, as long as I, put together cheap meals like I do every Thursday. Feed 30 people at a time for $5. It'd be pretty simple. I could probably even feed the neighborhood. No, never had that problem, Squally. Marijuana doesn't lead to a pornographic addiction. There's no evidence that inducing marijuana will actually cause you to be more sexually active or not. I don't think there's been any studies to really say that you're more heightened or more. It's not like you're rubbing Spanish fly all over your body, whatever that is. Do you think you look like David Caruso? No, I'm much younger, and I'm actually pretty close in age to David Caruso, but I'm much younger in mind. I have a very simplistic view of the world, so because of that, my aging doesn't take place as fast as it's happened to him. His daily life is full of, going from one airport to another and encountering. So I don't really look like David Caruso anymore. No. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. But when you mat his face over mine, there are some similar features you can see. He's a Sicilian. Irish is Sicilian, I believe. I'm Norwegian English. So there's a big difference in our historic view, our looks. No, you wouldn't. And plus, I would do good forensics work, like on the one with Jeffrey Epstein. He was clearly not the same person. He wasn't even the same person in the autopsy room. Yeah, so that's a pretty close match, but no banana. Oh, dear God, I have to. Do I have to show it again, Dave? No, you don't have to show that picture. It's a pretty clear match. Thank you for pasting it up, though. I'm not. No, I don't even look a bit like him. I look more like Jimmy Carrey. Yeah. He's a fossil, and I'm just ready to go. Here's the comparison that DT Laura put together. And are you feeling better, DT Laura? I hope you are. I have different features than he has. He has a smaller face. He's a shorter man than I am. My nose is slightly different. Yeah, you are good. I think that stomach flu is going through the Southwest. That's what I heard. I know people in New Mexico with a serious stomach flu. It apparently leads to vomit and all that, and vomiting. And you agree, Jim Carrey? Well, Jim Carrey's getting so old too. He's younger than me, as you know, and he looks older, I think, now. He's had a really rough life. His life has been difficult after his girlfriend, killed herself over the news that he gave her an STD, and then her family is now suing Jim in civil court over the death of their daughter. And he's got a lot on his table, and that's why he said he doesn't really exist anymore. I think he's just dealing with a lot of stress. And he's completely been diagnosed with bipolar disorder. That's why he speaks out of his butt half the time. Yeah. But I'm not him. Although I'd look just like him had he had plastic surgery. Yeah, I feel bad for his mental illness because his bipolar mania leads him to feeling really high and fun and up. And he's got the money to use it. I mean, this he's rolling in cash, so his net worth is, let's see, at my fingertips, literally. We're going to say $150 million he has. $150 million. Anyway, the flat tax is designed to encourage foreign companies to invest here. Make sure we get something out of big, huge nonprofits like Wounded Warriors and United. Yeah, there's all kinds of. Yes. Yeah, there's all kinds of nonprofit organizations that take money in and don't pay any taxes at all. So the United Way Fund is one of those that 85% of their money goes to their paychecks. Well, this would bring a little bit of money in from their operations. United Methodist Church would have to pay for every congregation, and now that they're splitting up between the straight versus the gay United Methodists, you didn't hear the United Methodist is actually going through a major change right now. There are people who believe that God's word is to not have sex with the same sex, and those people are going to be one sect of that church, and the other sect would be those who believe that men and women should lay together, and somehow there's some biblical reference, which no one can actually find. And on that note, let's take a quick look at the former president, who is a homosexual, married to a transgender, who had sex with a man in 1999 in a limousine while he did crack cocaine. Barack Obama, ladies and gentlemen. If we look at the guy that you had crack with, let's listen to him.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, I hope that appeased your need to be with the former president, Barack Obama, who clearly was born in Mombasa, Kenya, and who was gay, married to a transgender. Are you happy with that? Because I'm done with that. I don't want to go back there and spend the whole night talking about it, because I know how a lot of you people are kind of frisky tonight, wanting to talk about sex. Can we just put that behind us, that we were so stupid as to pick a gay Muslim married to a tranny as our president? Could we just put that behind us, please? All right. Hi, Jennifer. I'm not gay. Yeah, Senator Gary, gay. You're not gay either. Yeah, we're not gay. But if you want to be gay, you can be. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just not here to promote transgenders in public libraries, like the LGBTQ want to do. Okay, so we're dealing with one major thing on our mind right now, and that is Donald Trump's trying to come up with a diversion. Because this week they're going to probably have to decide whether they're going to try him in the Senate for his involvement, misuse of powers, and obstruction of Congress. Until new allegations and new impeachment articles are formed, which Nancy Pelosi is working on, we'll just go with the two that are currently running. Yeah, so far we're doing really well. I think killing off the general was a great diversion, don't you think? But as he continues to mouth off, fomenting a potential war with Iran, Trump is treading in very dangerous waters, because it could lead to the death of American soldiers, and then it wouldn't be a laughing matter anymore.
Now, Jake, as far as the president's threat to target those cultural sites, our colleague Barbara Starr just asked the defense secretary if that is something they would move forward with, given that the president has threatened it twice on the record now, despite those aides denying it. He said, quote, "We will follow the laws of armed conflict." She said, "Does that mean no, since that would be a war crime if you did do that?" And he said, quote, "That's the law of armed conflict."
Okay, so the new Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, who basically got the job because he put together a very lucrative, nearly $1 billion Raytheon unmanned aerial vehicle order for Raytheon. He became our, Mr. Corporate Military Industrial Pig became our Secretary of Defense. And he says that we are going to follow the rules of military engagement. So Trump doesn't know the rules of military engagement, and you Trump-tards think, well, that's too bad. My hair looks great. Thank you. Thanks for asking. Yeah, and because of that, we're now on the brink of war with Iran. Isn't that something? Yeah. Well, isn't that special? Isn't that super special? In his defense, who didn't smoke crack and bang trannies in the 1990s? I didn't. Is that okay? Yeah, unlike Barack Obama, I didn't smoke crack and bang transsexuals in the 1990s. Thanks for sharing. What is Barr doing? Yes, thank you. It's not a hairpiece. This is my real hair. This is how hair looks when you cut it. It sits on your head. Isn't that nice? Some people think I'm a robot. That's absurd. That's not William Barr, no. William Barr just has the John Goodman jowls and chipmunk face. That's not, no. And John Goodman lost a lot of weight. William Barr needs to. Yeah, the new John Goodman's way better. Possible clone? No. No, John Goodman is a good man, whereas Barr is a bad man. His father was Donald Barr, who was the first to hire Jeffrey Epstein so he could molest little girls. His father, Donald Barr, wrote a science fiction novel about children being sexually molested. Yeah, that's Donald Barr, William Barr's father. Whereas John Goodman is a good man. He was in The Big Lebowski. You remember him, right? Can't we just get along? Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good actor, too. And the very fact that I look a lot like him makes me feel a lot better, too. Because if I just gained about 150 more pounds, I'd look a lot like him. You see, I can look like anybody. The power of CGI. The look of love is in my... Yeah, here's Donald Barr's book. It's called Space Relations. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, geez, Space Relations. Donald Barr, look at that. The reviews I've read show it perverted with children involved. Yeah, if I gained 100 pounds. So Donald Barr, his dad, also worked at the Dalton Prep School where Jeffrey Epstein first had his job molesting 15-year-old girls. And you know what's really weird? Jeffrey Epstein didn't even have a degree from a college in math. He literally taught college calculus with a high school degree. I'm not making that up. That's what having big friends in high places with Jeffrey Epstein concerned. That's how he got that job. As opposed to high friends in big places. Like I know a few people in Denver, that's a big place, and they get high. My book is not called Hybrid Socialism. Our flat tax of 10% is in the book, Hybrid Capitalism. It's something I support. And it's a concept that we've been looking at realistically for the past, 7 years since we wrote it in 2012. So it's real. It's definitely real. And the concept uses the best possible economic forms combined to create solutions for our country's economy, maintaining a capitalist perspective, not abandoning it. So hybrid capitalism is really a concept. Yeah. It's in the middle, in between the left and the right, in between socialism and hard left capitalism. I want to uproot big monopolies like Google and offer more people lower paying jobs at Google. If we had control over a company like Google, which we do right now, we practically own it. We have our country owns presiding control over Google right now through a corporation called In-Q-Tel and all of its subsidiaries. We bought that up. Our country prints money out of thin air, so we were able to buy up the entire social network system. And half of Facebook is owned by Google, if you didn't know that. I have here the first book of Trump. My sister gave me a copy of this. It's very, very interesting. Yeah. Trump's best words. Yep. Best other stuff. It's a primer for kids who don't understand why we're going to war right now with Iran. And it gives people an insight as to the mindset of our president. Very powerful book. Michael Ian Black and Mark Rosenthal wrote it. The child's first book of Trump. It's very impressive. But hybrid capitalism solutions is where the government gets a return on investment. And yes, the government can compete in the free market. We could make generic pharmaceuticals. We could offer an Uber service of military cars, people, ride sharing, military employees ride sharing. We could do any number of things to save money. Yeah. But the thing is, we're not socialist if we don't take control over the industry. So we try to avoid controlling over the industry and having unfair advantage. Then we can actually get the government to get a return on investment as opposed to milking your tax dollars. And this goes hand in hand with flat tax of 10%, lowering the overall tax burden of the American people and coming up with a better way to stimulate the economy. Because right now we're still languishing in a dead retail sector. David, why do you have Trump's children's book? That's against ATP's core. She gave it to me. I don't support it. I don't support Trump. It's not a supportive book of Trump. It was written by a bunch of Democrats who hate him. It paints him out to be like a little, a kidney bean with a haircut. It's just pathetic. It's like a kidney bean with a digestive tract. Look at that. What is this strange beast you keep hearing about? Together, I think we can figure it out. That's hilarious. I showed you the Christmas gift I gave myself, right? It's pretty cool. Hey, Scissor Fight, thank you. You got something on Harvey Weinstein's rape trial? Oh, good. Fireworks inside the courtroom. Sounds good. Yeah, here's a facial comparison. I said facial, yes. Facial comparison between myself and myself. This was me in 2008, and this was me in 2019. And people say, David, how did you get younger looking over the past 11 years? And it wasn't through facials, no. It was through an advanced technique I developed called ART, age reduction therapy. And I share it with you, but unfortunately, I really shouldn't. It's best not to talk about things like that. Otherwise, people will be raiding me at my door and wondering, Dave, how can I stay younger too? Anyway, I bought this case. This is like totally waterproof at Walmart for $5.78. And I put in it all these cool things. My sister gave me some CBD oil, which was cool. I put CBD oil there. That's really cool. I got a hairnet for if I ever go back east and have mosquitoes. Goes over my head. I got dude wipes at Walmart. And I even found an amazing whistle that has a very, very important thing on it, a compass to find your way. And on the back is a thermometer. So it's a whistle, thermometer, magnifier, which you can start fires with the magnifier. Yeah, it's amazing. This is like $1.78, $2. The whole thing was was $10 total. Isn't that a cool idea? Just go in the camping division at Walmart. You can pull all that together. Who doesn't want something like that in their car, you know? It's a bargain, I thought. Yeah. I was out shopping for Christmas one day. I said, I'm going to buy myself a Christmas gift, you know? Yeah. And you can put anything in there. I mean, I was even thinking of building these kits just to give away as promotions. There's no dingleberry comb needed. Yeah, in case if you braided your hair there, you don't need to get a comb. You have the braided look. Braided dingleberry hair, crap. It's much better. You're feeling, yeah, Odin was feeling bad the other day. She had that terrible, whatever it is, stomach flu. Okay, so Harvey Weinstein rape trial starts with fireworks. Let's take a look. Now, he cleared 2 trials already. He settled out of court with the last woman for $25 million, supposedly. He's got another one coming on board, and he's in good mood, except he's in a wheelchair. You know, they have to carry him around because he's got severe ailments. Something's going on. You know, when you worship dark powers and bad things happen, you know. I know. You braid yourself there. Harvey Weinstein's rape trial starts today with media and jury in the spotlight. To talk about witness in a humiliating and degrading way is not becoming. Okay. Rotuna came out, basically the lead defense lawyer, Donna Rotuna, and there have been appearances of her. She says enough harm has been done to many of the witnesses already. Huh. Talk about a witness in a humiliating and degrading way is not becoming, yeah. She said something improper. So I guess it's just all over the place. You know, with the kind of money that he has, $300 million, he can pretty much get the same trial Bill Cosby could expect. You know, he has $400 million, Bill Cosby. Oh, I guess he had to spend a lot of the commissary, so maybe he has $300 million too. But with all that money, you can buy a lot of support. There's no media or coverage on it because Harvey Weinstein's too powerful for them to do a media story. Yes. 300 million, yeah, 25 million was the last settlement. The other lady claimed that she had sex with him, and then the next day wrote him an email saying, "How was it?" And that kind of ruined her testimony. When you have an email with a person you had sex with the day before saying, "Oh yeah, I had a good time, thanks," that's not exactly a rape charge. Hybrid republicanism is not really a real concept, Awesome Carl Show. No. But you can make it up. How about hybrid retardism? Hybrid retardism is retardism. There you go. Retardism. Hybrid retardism. That's right. Epstein had paid protection money to inmate tribes for protection. He paid $280,000. He didn't commit suicide, nor was he killed. Epstein's still alive. I thought I explained that to you a couple times. It's not strange. I've worked out my differences with my sister for the most I could possibly do. My sister and I have been through some trials and tribulation, as many family members have, and I've worked out the problems that we've had over the years. We have a very a good communication. In fact, I need to check my email from her. She said she has a lot of good information. She wanted me to check her email. So let me check it right now in real time. Okay, this is what she sent me. A banned video. That's cool. Nope, it's gone. It was wiped out. Huh. So she sent me a banned video and it was already taken down. I should have checked it the other day. Wow. Thank you. Okay, well, yeah, I stay in touch with her. I think it's important to keep an open mind. I'm not a bad person when it comes to, you know, I'm a good family guy. I really am. But when you have to do the lead thing in a family and take care of your family members, and you're the only one that seems to be taking that responsibility like I did with my family, my parents, it's an unusual situation. Usually everyone shares the burden, but I had to bear the whole burden myself. Yes, I did get Rolling Stone exposure. That was 2016. My goal was to get Rolling Stone exposure, but I had to do a blackface video to do it. Hunter Biden linked to 2016 identity theft involving deceased brother. Whoa, this is more... Yeah, like I said earlier in our pre-show, why hasn't Donald Trump prosecuted Joe Biden at all? Or Hillary Clinton, or anyone for that matter? Makes me think that basically Donald Trump is doing the bidding of the New World Order and all the people that control him. But this story looks good. Hunter Biden linked to a 2016 identity theft.
Out-of-touch Democrat Party. Is it setting themselves up to lose this fall? Pete Buttigieg now doing damage going after Joe Biden's conflicts of interest in Ukraine.
I don't need to pay homage to that. Newly submitted court documents link Hunter Biden, the son of Democratic presidential candidate and former VP Joe Biden, to an identity theft case from 2016 when he was allegedly being checked into an unidentified Arizona facility. The court papers were filed Monday in Arkansas court as part of a paternity battle over the child Hunter Biden shares with London Roberts, who met the scandal-plagued businessman at a D.C. strip club where she worked. While the question of whether or not Biden is a father is no longer an issue, a DNA test confirmed he is the baby's father. The parents are at odds over issues such as child support. Wow. Yeah, I mean, she was a stripper. He was a guy hanging out at the strip club. They got together, had a little baby, consummated in the moment of that great pleasure. And now he has maybe falsified documents about his particular name. The 2-page document titled Notice of Identity Theft was submitted by a DNA investigations firm owned by private investigator Dominic Casey, who once did work for Casey Anthony, a Florida woman who was accused of killing her daughter. Yeah, Casey, who has requested to be named in an interview in the paternity case, allegedly there's a history of using stolen identities to conceal Biden's location. But the court papers do not specifically identify Biden as the person who committed identity theft. Well, great. No harm, no foul. No need to worry. I know if I were Biden, I wouldn't be upset about any of this. Yeah. Sometimes when he can't handle things, he says things out of turn.
Steve Forbes, Forbes media chairman. I'm kind of speechless by that. I mean, the nerve. I mean, to sit there and say this, amazing.
This is why they invented the word chutzpah. Yeah. Talking about lack of qualifications is absolutely nope.
Chutzpah? Who are they? They invented the word chutzpah. Who are they? The Ashkenazis? Steve? He spent $57 million trying to become president, and he only got third place.
Qualifications to be on that board of that natural gas company in Ukraine, not to mention his dealings with the Chinese. Vice President Biden back then brought his son along on these trips. If he didn't want his son involved in things he shouldn't have been involved in, why did he bring him along, and why did he turn a blind eye to all of this?
Because his son was arrested for cocaine possession in the Navy and had nothing else to do with his time. So he said, "Hey, son, you want to go for a trip to Ukraine? Maybe we can get you a job."
But Biden is desperate, and he'll try anything, and we're seeing it unfold now.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Biden's got everything under control. Yeah, sure. Do you?
I can't talk. What do I do? I can't talk. What do I do?
Okay, just relax. Take a chill pill. You're just having probably another aneurysm or something. You know, he had 3 aneurysms before he became president, or vice president, rather. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't think there's anything to this story at all. I mean, yeah, if there was, don't you think Donald Trump would have prosecuted Joe Biden and his son by now? Come on. Steve, Fox News, just bag it already. You had, 6 weeks to file a lawsuit against him, and you haven't done diddly squat. Yes, my hair looks great. Thank you. What is diddly squat anyway? I'd like to know. Is it when you diddle yourself and squat? Because I've never done that. Hey, speaking of sexual predators, I'm not implying that Harvey Weinstein is one, because as you know, he's still innocent until proven guilty, but you got to wonder what's really going on there. Nearly 50 women wrote letters or complaints to the Beverly Hills Police Department over a 7-year period, and not one of those cases was even prosecuted. So it's when you squat and get diddly? Okay. Well, hopefully this case will be moving forward. I can't even process what's going on. I'd have to actually read the article. That would take some time. So I'll give you guys something to read if you want to read about Weinstein. I seriously don't think he'll get charged with anything. He can buy everybody around him, including Oprah, who has lots of money. Oprah stands up for him. She supports him. A lot of people support Harvey Weinstein. Everybody I've heard in Hollywood support him because it's an inside thing. Apparently the Me Too thing is just a passing fancy that people are supposed to be raped when they're in an interview with a big producer. That's the norm. I mean, people didn't realize that when they joined up the Hollywood scene. That should be a requirement for most people to realize, to sign a piece of paper that you're going to be raped in order to get the job. I'm kidding, of course. I'd like to see an 800 number for women to complain. And if we got 3 complaints on one person, we'd immediately start investigating. I don't know. I don't need a wig. I'm good. See the hair? This is real hair. People have this accusation that I'm somehow a robot. I find that rather odd. I am David. I am your regular online chatter. Well, that was pretty intense. I'm glad we got through that. Miley Cyrus settling a $300 million lawsuit. You got to wonder what she settled for. God knows how much she had to fork over. She's been through so much, you know. With that fire in Malibu, she lost her script for that song, Malibu. I have a very large forehead because of my brain size. My brain pan is twice the size of Barack Obama's. I am not. I have an IQ of 185. Tested. I can read faster than you can think. She's not. She's a hometown gal who has a lot of tattoos and worships Satan. Now just stop picking on her. Yeah, Barack, he pulled it off. You know that Barack and Michael turned to each other at the very end? This was overheard by the media. And they said, they said at the same time, I can't believe we pulled it off. Yeah. Now, does that imply that they did something illegal? Barack and Michelle? I'd play pictures of those. I mean, I know a lot of you want to go back there and talk about it, but if you want, I'll be glad to show it to you. Yeah. Here you go. Here's the pic of Michael LaVaughn Robinson, who later became Michelle, and Barack Obama. In 1981, approximately, Michael LaVaughn Robinson was a running back at Oregon State University. And I'm not sure who the person in the middle was. Heck, it could have even been me. I mean, when you think about it, I look a lot like that guy in the middle there. Don't you think I look like him? Hey, Barack. Hey, I want to show you guys that. Would you like to go to my KY party? I'm having a Wesson Oil party at the gym near Occidental. Yeah. Hey, I don't know. I just think that the whole thing is insane. The fact that we even voted for a guy who was a homosexual Muslim, and then we found out he was a Muslim when he dropped his church relationship with Trinity United Church of Chicago. And we found out about his 3 homosexual lovers. Yeah, that was weird. And then they all died in 2007. All killed. Remember that? Yeah, look at those arms. Yeah. He became much bigger as he got older. You know, men thicken out when they work out. And Michelle Obama's very muscular. And I have nothing against transgenders. I want you to know, no homo thing or anything, but I have nothing against transgenders. I just have to remind them that it is a felony. It's fraud when you impersonate somebody else, and she basically said he was a woman and led us to believe he was a woman, when in fact he's a dude. The dude looks like a lady. And it's not, I don't have to do a lot of paste up to get this image to look right. I mean, it's pretty much a given that this guy is Michelle. But you can see the physical similarities, their face put together. It's almost identical. Toggle off and on, you know. See if we can do off and on here. Yeah, it's just like a different facial construct, but it's basically the same person. Anyway, thank you for letting me take this time away from your daily life. I'd like to introduce a few ladies that would love to find a very new opportunity to make $3 million. Introducing beautiful Lindsey Graham. That's right. And look at Moscow Mitch. She's looking nice too. And let's not forget William Barr, who is also very, very available. And little Donnie, very pretty, very cute, looking for action. His cost is a little bit more expensive to buy a Russian mail order bride with a Donnie face. You have to actually sell an entire nation to the Russians for that particular model right there. So yeah, whole nation has to be sold to the Russians. And I think there's a kicker. He gets some perks on the side, like having his own escort service in Beijing and a variety of other things, making $110 million a year from tax dollars off of his White House properties, Trump Towers, etc. Anyway, thought I'd share that with you. This looks like the average caster on iBlog. Tom Cruise. Yeah, it could be. I think we're done with everything. We could just call it a night. I'm going to, go to bed now. What's the difference between ladybugs and Asian lady beetles? This is a tough subject. We were battling this conspiracy theory last night. We're doing an aphid analysis here. You know what ladybugs look like, and you're probably already somewhat familiar with the infamous Asian lady beetle. Well, one's dangerous and the other's not. Ladybug, lady beetle. I'll be darned. Well, that's good to know. Thank you for sharing. I'll not look at these other links that Sarah opened up. Hey, there's a new social network called Gab. I'm going to have to put this in my technology development. A social network that champions free speech, individual liberty, and the free flow of information online. All are welcome. Wow, that sounds cool. I'll have to check it out. Asian ladybugs have slanted eyes. Just kidding. You're so funny, Tom. Yeah, I'm so glad you're finally working things out with your daughter and the late wife. And good job. Yeah. Is this me on the left? What are you talking about, Carl? No, I was never an actor. I don't look a bit like this guy. Some say, Dave, were you this guy in Mad Max? No, I'm not. I don't look a bit like that guy. Yeah. No, that's not me. Okay, we're done. Well, I'm glad we can all go to bed now. It was tiresome talking about all that stuff. I got some bad news for you. I'm going to show you a truckload of garbage being dumped in the ocean in, I believe it's India, or it could possibly be somewhere else. But let's take a look at this.
உயிர் வாழ ஆதாரமாய் விளங்கும் நீரினை நாம் சேமிக்க தவறி மற்ற மாநிலங்களிடம் கையேந்தும் நிலைதான் தற்போது வரை உள்ளது. ஓரிரு மாதங்கள் முன்பு நீரின்
Okay, so there's dumping stuff in the garbage, and I had a few people watching this the other night, and they said, this should be illegal. How could they do that? Well, that's American garbage that they're dumping that we couldn't get recycled. So, I don't know what's for dinner on Thursday. I haven't worked it out. Haven't quite decided. Yeah, so we're still dumping garbage in the ocean. But you haven't done anything to correct that, because you rely on leaders that have absolutely nothing going on in their head, as evidenced by this picture.
I can't talk. What do I do? I can't talk. What do I do?
Excellent work, by the way, Scissor Fight. I love that clip of him. Thank you. Yes, reminds me of a guy named Joe Biden. So this dumping of garbage in the ocean is nonstop. It happens all the time. Oh well. What are we going to do about it? Well, I think we should take some serious efforts to clean up the ocean a little bit. So I've got a big plan for America. Yeah, I do. I talk more about this on our Thursday show, or our Wednesday show. But, yeah, I want to price up plastic and produce a brand new product solution, converting everything. We're converting everything that is plastic to oil. Oil creates plastic, so plastic can create oil, and there are technologies that will reverse engineer that. Thank you. No, my hair is great. It's a little straighter today than it normally is, but it's not humidity. No. I gave myself a haircut. So I do that once a week to save money. Yeah. I've saved about $9,000 over the years doing my own hair. So thanks for asking. But I want to do things like this, air filtration in certain large mountain ranges. I think we could begin the process of cleaning the air as it rotates over the planet. And we'll be doing a favor to other countries by doing that. And also water filter in areas that are contaminated with underground fracking, like Gasland exposed, or possibly Flint, Michigan. And the big thing I want to do, which Greta won't even talk about, is stop the chemtrails that are dumping on our skies. People are very unclear as to why this is happening. Well, I had kind of a revelation recently that makes a lot of sense. And that is that weather modification is climate change. Very simply put, the more they modify the weather, the more likely we're going to think the weather's screwed up. And that's exactly what happened. This is not some really intelligent thought here. It's just something that we have to start looking at. They're purposely engineering the climate change that we may or may not think is happening. Now, we can agree or disagree about climate change, but the fact that they keep dumping chemicals in the atmosphere is a serious threat to all of us, including mankind. And you'd wonder, why are they doing that? Because these people are the biggest scumbags on earth. They'll put a little girl out there, pretend like she's the smartest person in the world for asking simple questions, and then giving her a script to read, and she has no clue as to what's going on.
I mean, the money is there. If we can save the banks, then we can save the world.
Sure, yeah, So these are the kind of people that they basically hire and exploit, a child. And then they put her on the cover of Time magazine. What a joke that is. And they use this young woman who's clearly got issues and make her the emblem or the poster child of cleaning up our planet when they themselves are the ones creating the problem. Isn't that sad? Well, what can you expect from these people? These are the kind of scumbags that Donald Trump has in his White House right now.
I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses. It reminds you of the glory of the American experiment.
The money is there if we can save the banks. The money is there if we can save the banks.
Okay, yeah, I'm a little bit overwhelmed with a lot of the stupid things that are going on in the world, so I thought I'd bring it up in the show. But we're done with that. Iran has raised this flag, which is indicative of them going to war. It's the first time in the history of Iran the red flag has been hoisted over the holy dome of Jamkaren Mosque in Iran. This is one of the most significant mosques of Iran and the symbol of severe battle or war to come. It's also never been flown, and they believe that this is the big sign of a jihad that Iran is now commencing upon, being they've been attacked at the highest level, their general getting turned into hamburger meat out there in Iraq. You see the picture I showed you the other night? The guy that looked like hamburger meat. The only thing remaining was his hand with a ring on it. It's unbelievable. If you think we're going to save the banks, they're going to help us with all the money. They have 100% of your money, that's for sure, yeah. I know. So we clearly can't rely on banks and scumbags like George Soros to save the world, can we? So we're kind of left to our own devices at this point. The rich people in the world, they want to get rid of us. They don't want to solve the problems that they themselves created, like pollution, carbon footprint, all that. They want to blame it on us. So they're modifying the weather so quickly to justify what they call climate change. And while they're doing that, they're also putting fluoride in our water system, which is calcifying your pineal gland. So here's your pineal gland calcified. What is a pineal gland? Well, it is used to make critical thinking decisions like, am I being sprayed like an insect? And if you have a calcified pineal gland, you're going to say, no, that's condensation. They would never spray me. So you're drinking the fluoride while they're spraying lithium on your head. And you can't make a decision, realize it. You're kind of like one of those stupid roaches that gets sprayed when it slips out at night thinking it's going to scram across your floor and get to your cupboard. They never think they're going to get burned with a pesticide, but sure enough, it burns them and kills them right there. Banks with their own rules, they're making a hell of a lot of money from overdraws. Maybe they can... Well, the thing is, the banks control the whole picture. We have no control over the entire country's monetary system is run by the Fed, a private banking interest. So just like Ron Paul said, end the Fed. I know. Let's start there. Hybrid capitalism is a way the government cannot tax you, though. That's what I put out. That's the idea that it will revive the economy. And I had a big argument with Milton Friedman about his view of monetarism back in the 1970s. And I really feel that he took us in the wrong direction. Instead of building solvency and getting more people with more money, he basically expanded credit, bankrupting our future, thinking that people with money are going to hire people to make widgets. Well, that's absurd. People who get free money from the government usually invest it in Dubai. So you can say Dubai with your money. Yeah, that's what happened with the TARP 1 and TARP 2 and quantitative easing 1, 2, 3, 4. It was a disaster. All that money was spent overseas, not for American people, American businesses. You play Korean games? Yeah, we have a lot of games. We just picked up a bunch of games at our social network, coolrock.com. It's not our site. It's just other sites that we link there freely to CoolRock. You can get CoolRock by using the Chrome browser or the Opera browser. Firefox, it won't open because they've ship thing happening. But yeah, you can watch the chat show. Got lots of buttons here. Nobody's put any kind of a statement here because no one wants their IP seen, I guess. Oh, sorry, I was playing piano with myself. I was playing my organ. Drum machine. And fun stuff you can go down here with. Lots of fun stuff. You can play interactive three-dimensional games. But the best part about there's All Sides News. Don't be fooled by media bias and fake news. U.S. forces in Iraq repositioning, says Pentagon. Good. I hope we're able to do that. Iraq is very pissed off at us right now. But if you want to go up here to the top right of the screen, Web Oasis is the coolest button. Go there and then click on the menu button on the side. Take it to arcade. Wow, they got chess now, mini golf, racing. This is all online games that are free. Even Counter-Strike. Look at all the new games they're adding here. It's pretty cool. And if you want to play retro games, we have a button here for NES games. Play NES games right there. This will play 1980s games like Super Mario. A lot of those things there. More 2D than 3D. But yeah, the site coolrock.com is our flagship site for people to have fun and watch the show. Thank you very much.
Essentially, the defense secretary saying no, he would not. On his public schedule, President Trump called into Rush Limbaugh's radio show today to defend the U.S. airstrike that killed Iran's top military commander.
There's Rand Paul. Hey, Rand, what's going on, man? ICE detention center captain was on a neo-Nazi website and wanted to start a white nationalist group. Are you serious? Whoa.
By the administration was that they were going to prevent attacks on Americans. But I think if you ask the question now, is it more or less likely that there'll be attacks on Americans? I think it's much more likely. The replacement for Soleimani is basically a clone, somebody who is a hardliner who's worked with Soleimani for 20 some odd years. And so while Soleimani may have been plotting attacks, and probably was, it's now a certainty that there will be attacks in revenge for his killing.
I agree with Rand Paul. And I certainly know Ron Paul has openly said he doesn't support what Trump is doing right now. So thank you, Republicans. You're at least questioning Donald Trump's actions. Certain people are, Rand Paul being one of them. Here's the story that Scissor Fight brought us. ICE detention center captain was on a neo-Nazi website and wanted to start a white nationalist group. Wow. Deep down, no one really gives a crap about racism, he says. No kidding. He's a senior employee at a for-profit immigration detention center in Nevada. They make money detaining illegal aliens coming in and treating them like
hopefully they'll
prisoners. Yeah.
They'll probably fire that guy, I would think.
I don't know. No, they seem to want those people in there. That's the problem. They're so abusive to the illegal immigrants that they lose their kids. Their kids disappear. They're deported from under them. Yeah. That somebody told me that they're offering EB-5 visas if you invest $1 million in some company and they give you a green card. That's the first I've heard about that. That doesn't seem right to me. Thanks for that link, Scissor Fight. All right. Sarah's going to come back and talk for a little bit while I have a bite to eat. Yeah, the guy was mocking Klan attire. Some of the guards appear to be mocking Klan attire.
Appearing in mock Klan attire.
Okay, they appear in mock Klan attire. Huh. Anyway, there's just something very wrong with the lack of oversight by Donald Trump. And Stephen Miller, he's the architect of this whole thing. And he's the guy who basically has done some pretty bad things. He's a young man, but he looks a little older because he's got a bald head. But he's the guy who basically is heartless toward the illegal aliens that are in those detention centers. He's the architect of a lot of the stuff that we're doing. Okay. That's just something I was copying. It takes a while for them to process. I've got a couple more still in the queue. See?
Got it.
They're converting one file to another. David, how would you handle Iran? Well, I would open up a dialogue right now over what has happened, at the very least. I don't mean grandstand like Trump is doing and threatening. I mean open a dialogue and recognize that the man was in Iraq without purpose. Good night, ridiculous. Yeah, it was a problem, and that's Pentagon denies U.S. withdrawal in aftermath of Soleimani's killing. Yes, there was a story that the U.S. was telling Iraq that we were pulling out of Iraq, and it was running concurrent with Donald Trump's attack on Soleimani. So Trump's people said they were mistaken. They're not pulling out of Iraq. There's no reason why we would in lieu of this. And Iraq is very angry that we did this without their permission.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to go live in Brazil? I think it would depend on the area, Tom Cruise. Salty Dog wants to leave Brazil and come here. You two should switch locations or something. How long is it till you retire, Tom Cruise? Yeah, you could do some kind of, I don't know, house exchange or something. You still have 20 years till you retire? Yeah, you and me both. At least 20 years. I'm more like 25 years till I retire. Okay. Thanks, how dare you, I think. But I'm not going to retire unless I, for some reason, dislike my job. But I like my job, so. I think I'll probably like it for the next 30 years, too. It's fun. I know, 20 years. Maybe I won't, but I think I will. Because I really do. I've thought a lot about, even if my life changed, you know, some people are like, well, if I won the lottery, I'd quit my job and blah, blah, blah. If I won the lottery, I wouldn't quit my job. That's when you know you've got a dream job. If it's like, you would do it even if you won the lottery. So I've got a dream job. That's it. I mean, otherwise, like, how are you going to spend your time? You've never had a dream job? I'm sorry to hear that. I guess I'm just lucky. Well, you know, the thing about me is I also have, you have to look at the positives and look at what you can appreciate. But of course, I mean, the thing that's so good about my job is that I have the potential to leave a legacy. And I would say that could be the case with any jobs. If you just approach life as like being able to provide the best service that you can, then That would be a great thing to do in life. Whatever you're doing, being able to, you know, even if you live in a tiny little house or whatever, just keep that house beautiful, as beautiful as you can. No, not really. Awkward Annie. I never saw Annie Hall. I guess I'll have to see it. You heard even if Iraq does want the U.S. troops out, the agreement is they have 1 year to leave, so it's not immediate. That's good to know, Tom Cruise. I guess Soul Child does, William. I really don't. I like to be able to say I've exchanged services for, you know, I did work for money. I don't think I would like to be on the dole. Whew. Yeah, it seems like she set a big fashion trend. You like that deal? Invest $1 million in the U.S. economy. Hire 10 Americans, get a green card. That is fairly interesting. I mean, $1 million is a lot of money, I guess, if you have it, and that's what you want to do with it. Yeah, sadly, you're right, Tom Cruise. What was your dream job? Well, yet, Soul Child, yet. Your last job was 3 weeks ago at JCPenney during the holiday season. Maybe your dream job will still come to fruition. Oh, an artist? I'm so not into... I mean, I have an artist friend, but I don't know. I don't think I would ever spend a lot of money on art. I do think the environment's very important. Oh, you love the environment of the USA, or you love the environment and saving plastic, enslaving, things like that. Started in August and you ended JCPenney's 3 weeks ago. Are you currently looking for work, or what's your next plan, J-Mix? You would love to hire people. What would be the job? What would you service you would offer? Yeah, that's true, Pirate. You want to work at Miller Park for the Milwaukee Brewers? That sounds like a solid plan, J-Mix. You could do an office junior role. Well, trying to find out something that would... One idea for a business would be like selling alternatives to plastic, like paper satchels that to hold bags of chips instead of all those little plastic things about chips. Good. Doing your research. That's a good idea, Pirate. You wouldn't be able... Well, I understand certain uses for clear plastic bags. Yeah. Good point. We have a right to life. Jobs offer a better life often. Wow, the killing of Qasem Soleimani sent gold to a 7-year high. I think David's out of the draft age, Bengalitis, so I don't think he has an issue with David being drafted. Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah. Exactly. I thought there was an age limit. Let's see. From 18 to 25-year-olds. All 18 to 25-year-olds are required to register with the Selective Service System for the draft. So there you go. Do you think David should revamp SSI? How so? I don't know if they would go up if the war lags. I think they still have people that are turning 18 all the time. They might, what I think that they would do, instead of expanding out the ages, they would say, instead of just men, they would also say for women to do that. Okay. I understand what you're saying too much. I'm not sure I totally agree. I agree with you with lazy people, but I would say if the doctor says they're disabled, then that's a different story. Not here in the U.S., soul child. I know, everyone does. I've even started slowing down. I think my hair started growing slower once I turned 40. Doubt they're going to draft disabled people. Highly doubt that. Right now, 60% really is combat arms in the U.S. Army, and 40% is support and supply. Wow. What field gives you the highest rate of survival in the armed forces? Maybe the mechanics. Because you have to fix the vehicles and you're spending so much time in a shop, and the shops are not likely to be targeted. Oh, you're not registered disabled under the government, UK government?
I see you got the antenna going there.
Yeah, I had to change it.
Yeah. Thank you for trying to get that better.
Yeah.
Overcast affects our reception.
It was kind of weird. It was like better down low than up high. It was kind of weird.
That is an odd thing. Great. Well,
all right.
I can take over for the evening. Thank you so much for helping out, Sarah, and enjoy your evening. Yeah, get some rest. Do your thing.
All right. Sounds good.
It actually gives you a chance to spend some time, collecting your thoughts after the day and listening to music, and it's kind of cool. Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, she held the show together for me while I do my thing in the background. The Annie Hall look, right? How dare you? Oh yeah, that's the Annie Hall look. Add the One has something. Hey, Add the One. Cuomo, Trump asking you to trust the same people he maligned.
No longer in holding this president to account because of what he just authorized. No longer is it the president who's attacking our institutions and leaving the media in the unfamiliar role of countering a president's wild characterizations of our intelligence and justice apparatus. No, he is asking you to trust the same people and institutions he maligned and to trust him. And it is our job to push back with two words that he has used to advantage, and often without cause, since he was elected. Prove it. And the proof has never mattered more. This isn't about how many seats his party is going to lose. This isn't about how many votes he may or may not get. It's about how many lives we may lose. So here we are. Our president says, believe this.
Soleimani was plotting imminent and sinister attacks on American diplomats and military personnel, but we caught him in the act and terminated him.
We don't know that he caught him in the act. We don't know anything. Two problems. First, this president has lied so much, he makes the boy who cried wolf look like the poster boy for honesty. 15,000 plus false or misleading claims over the course of his presidency. He lies more than he even golfs, more than The Rock is in the gym, okay? And he has spent the most time bashing the very institution he now wants you to trust with your life. Remember this.
I've dealt with some people that aren't very intelligent, having to do with intel.
He has said their findings were a hoax, deep state, their own agenda.
Right.
He embarrassed our intelligence administration on the world stage. He said he believed Putin more.
My people came to me, Dan Coates came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this, I don't see any reason why it would be.
Did he ask Soleimani if he was guilty? Now, after he orders the most provocative and dangerous act of his presidency, he says we should trust his call. And you know why? Because of this.
We have the best intelligence in the world. If Americans anywhere are threatened, we have all of those targets already fully identified.
Now the same intelligence is the best in the world. Takes us to the second problem, which, frightening as it is to say, is a bigger problem than this president's lying. He and the rest of Trump Co. won't show us the proof. Think about it. After years of arguing to you that all kinds of classified and confidential sources and information, you have to reveal it. About Russian interference, about the probe into Russia and what they might mean. But now we should go on faith. Well, now that he has gotten religion on our intel community, he needs to testify and get us all to an amen. What is the proof of the quid pro quo? What is the imminent threat that justified his taking a step so radical, taking out a guy who almost guarantees that one of the most powerful nations will do something to hurt us? His Secretary of State, he didn't help. He said this when asked about how imminent the threat was. Days, weeks. Listen.
You're an American in the region, days and weeks. This is not something that's relevant.
No, but it is relevant, okay? Imminent means about to happen. I know that it is explored broadly by lawyers who largely were trying to defend executive action, but it matters because not only do they have to justify that this move made sense, but they didn't have to go to Congress, okay? They won't justify the decision. So how can we avoid asking this question? Was the imminent threat to us or to his political future? Now, you're going to say that's cynical, that's unfair. No, it's exactly the conclusion that Trump came to about then President Obama in 2011. Listen.
I believe that he will attack Iran sometime prior to the election because he thinks that's the only way he can get elected.
That was in his head. Obama never did anything like this, by the way. The biggest reason we need the proof is not because this is about impeachment. It's not about an election. There's no difference between Trumpers and conservatives and progressives and Democrats when it comes to the threat of terror. You will all bleed the same way. Terrorists do not care if your hat is red or blue. And people like me will go and watch our warriors fight and fall.
You know, I certainly want to give the other side to the story. And I don't want to just give the CNN perspective. I know a lot of you are very upset about that. So let's look at the best assessment I've seen. New York Daily News has it. Let's get real on Iran. We have to understand how we got here to argue over what should happen next. This is an interesting profile of what has been happening with Iran. And you could argue that the Republicans have a case for Donald Trump to strike. After all, they didn't honor their agreement. The treaty he didn't sign was because they didn't honor their agreement. The killing of Soleimani in Baghdad on Friday generated a predictable and partisan flurry. But the U.S. and Iran have been locked in an escalation cycle throughout 2019. Iran reacted to the American withdrawal from the nuclear deal, initially by reducing its compliance with the deal, its restrictions on its nuclear program, namely the enrichment of uranium. And Tehran leaders apparently hope to persuade Europeans to break with the U.S., defying imposed American sanctions, and that didn't work out. So then things happened in the Persian Gulf, things that I think our government has alleged, which we cannot verify, that the attack on 3 tankers was caused supposedly by a 50 caliber machine gun, not bombs set by the Iranians. So there's a big dispute there between the official line and what Donald Trump believes. But then we look at how he's taken it to the next step. When the Iranians, unwilling to fight naval battles to seize ships, Iran instead shot down an American drone operating in international waters in the Persian Gulf. They did do that. So Iran raised the stakes again by conducting a drone and missile attack against an oil facility in Saudi Arabia. Now, if that can be proven in international court, I would agree, but there was no third-party event analysis of what happened during that time. Saudi Arabia believed they were attacked by the Iranians. We believe they were attacked by the Iranians. So a lot of things have been under the bridge here. A lot of water under the bridge. And the background of this regional confrontation, Iran was moving to gain control of Iraq and moving in their Shiite generals like the one that was taken out, Soleimani. So very likely was there was a collaboration going on, which our intel said, our top advisors said was going on, and therefore we had to stand up to this. Should we proceed by not talking to the Iraqi government, asking them, could we have approval? Because if we did get that, there could have been contamination of the actual site, and Soleimani might have gotten away. So that there's argument that talking to the Iraqis would have been dangerous to the mission. So all these things factor into maybe being 50-50 on this issue right now and waiting for Iran to say what they're going to do. I still contend that the timing and everything points to Donald Trump using this as a ruse to cover a diversion, if you will, to cover his coming up Senate hearing regarding impeachment. So tried to cover it from both angles there, guys. It's going to be difficult to navigate the waters if Iraq or Iran go against our wishes, and they probably will. They don't like to lose face internationally, so they're going to do something. The question is what? And will it lead to the death of our soldiers? If so, then I would say that this move was a big mistake. But if some of you really want to just go in and start carpet bombing the entire peninsula and do a ground invasion of Iran, they have 82 million people there. Do you really want to start another war after not finishing the Iraq and Afghanistan war? I mean, seriously? So you have to ask yourself, why would we do that? Why don't we just get back to the drawing board and talk about lifting sanctions and get back to some semblance of a guarantee that they're not going to rapidly create nuclear weapons? That would be the non-interventionist method. We could try that. We've done that with North Korea. That hasn't accomplished anything. So the longer we wait, the more likely they're going to accrue more nuclear weapons, which would put us all in danger. So maybe there is an argument either way on this. I can see the Republicans' perspective, and I can also see the Democrats' perspective on this. Iran has built a nuke. It already has it's already been developed. They have possibly more than one, too. Yeah, we have to assume that that's been going on. I have some pretty rare footage of those nuclear devices from the 2008. We had a lot of footage from then. 2010. I don't think I have it on the drive, though. It's stored in some other location. Their capabilities are far-reaching. They may even have the ability to send intercontinental ballistic missiles. Remember, Iran has been developing nuclear and missile technology for many, many decades now. So we're kind of running behind on that issue. Well, Oval, if it's true that the Iranian general had been actively involved in Iranian proxy terror for the past 15 years, I think it's a justified attack. Especially considering he was in territory of what was an ally, or is an ally, Iraq. Yeah, I'm not losing any sleep over his death, but the response is what I'm really concerned about from Iraq. And if this is a measured response and it's in parity with what Donald Trump has done, then I understand that this would be a perfectly legitimate response situation. But if we do strike 52 targets like Trump claims and proceed with a volley of fire, I think that they could escalate. And I think everyone has been concerned about that for some time. Wesley Clark told everybody in a speech many years ago that appeared on Democracy Now! Well, I'll let him tell it to you for himself here.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff. Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They've just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, he said, I just got this down from upstairs," meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
All right, so we could talk about the long-term perspective and how accurate Wesley Clark was, but if this is a New World Order plan to dominate all nations, then Donald Trump is simply a puppet, and we're being used as a military arm of a New World Order, implementing a plan to break down the banking system of Iran, which does not want to conform or work with the Rothschild family. And the Bank of Tehran is there doing business, but they don't have total control, and maybe that's what they want. Maybe they're being we're their proxy and they're ordering us to do this, and Trump just got the message saying you should do this. But ironically, I go back to my original tenet that Vladimir Putin and Russia profit from us doing this. It raised the price of oil immediately, and it's sending it closer to 75, their target number, $75 per barrel. And it also helps the idea that Iran is going to need more defensive weapons. So the plan is for Iran to possibly buy S-400s, which Russia sells at a great profit. And they want to make money. And Russia's economy is hurting too. So the whole specter of war, you have to run it through the litmus test of, is it going to help banking? Will it help people profit if they want to create weapons and kill people? And that usually comes up, yes, it usually does. It's the banking war. And they want to improve the Iranian profit margins. They're struggling as well. So obviously, an idea like this helps Russia in every way. And puts us closer to the brink of war with Iran, which doesn't serve a purpose, really. In fact, we could all live collaterally with nuclear weapons, not being fired at each other. It's possible. We could actually move forward with that. The idea and the mindset of the Western powers has been to get rid of nuclear weapons in the hands of North Korea or Iran. But Barack Obama allowed Iran to have a nuclear weapon in this horrible deal that he and John Kerry struck, which many people are wondering what's going on there. Is Iran getting support from the Democratic Party and John Kerry? There is breaking news from Jack Posobiec's Twitter account 2 days ago that there were photos emerging of 3 Iranians who held a secret meeting with John Kerry the day before in Paris. Yeah. Very interesting thread. This didn't reach the mainstream media, but Jack saying, when I came in here, they were already there for a while, so he was just talking about Trump, and they were laughing and asking about Trump and women about, okay. Does John Kerry still hold a security clearance for classified information? If so, it should be rescinded immediately. Well, John Kerry doesn't have the approval of Donald Trump to do this, and it would be a violation of the Logan Act. And why would he be there 2 or 3 days before an engagement with Iran? Big questions. We don't know the answer to this. So how much of Barack Obama's democratically held policies are embedded in Iranian policy right now? And how much are they expecting from us? So these are questions that we really need to titrate out of the discussion and figure out, well, what do they expect from our relationship? Because we're not giving them any money. Donald Trump won't wiggle on the economic sanction issue, but if we were to bend a little bit and say, release economic sanctions except on certain items, we might be able to open a dialogue before the specter of war takes place. But again, their primary motivation is banking, money, sale of weapons. That's why Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin have not struck a deal for an intermediate nuclear force treaty, because they both want to create tactical nuclear weapons at great expense and cost and profit. And ironically, that's still the motivating factor, and it's the big hurdle that humanity will face in trying to denuclearize or to disembark from this hating each other and wanting to kill each other off. It's going to be a big, huge turnaround for humanity to make that big turn. We haven't made it yet. We haven't even started to make it. So we have to disengage the banking community from the dialogue of world peace. Because the banking community right now is inextricably involved in the creation of weapons and expanded credit that wars require. They use it to their advantage. When we need a war, we have to expand credit. It's an automatic guarantee of expanded credit, and that's primarily the goal of everybody who's unscrupulously trying to profit in the banking industry at all costs. So the future of humanity really depends on our ability to not let global elitists dictate the terms of all of our lives, which is what's happening right now. The New World Order is trying to dictate the terms of all of our lives. So as soon as we, the people of America, pull the plug that they have engaged in the two-party system from the wall will pull their power down, and they'll realize, oh, we've got a third party on our hands. They'll try to come in and schmooze me or anyone else who claims to be a third-party candidate. But we can be insulated from that by knowing this in advance. And forewarned is forearmed in this matter. If you have unviable leaders leading the nation, it's very likely we won't be doing the bidding of foreign powers who own our government, own our monetary system, because they've been controlling our monetary system for some time. The Federal Reserve is the conduit to the World Bank, and they pull our strings. And I agreed with Rand Paul and Ron Paul on these issues. We need to not get involved in the Fed shouldn't have the power it has. Dave, working for FEMA camps would be a sweet job. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be looking for people. I heard in New York was looking for people for gun control. We saw an ad recently for New York State buying or hiring people to work as a gun control person, seizing armaments. Virginia is getting close to a possible flare-up, with the Democrats insisting on gun control when most of the people who live there don't want that. So it's a huge flare-up. And I stand firmly behind the Second Amendment and your right to bear arms. It's one area we really cannot possibly get into a conversation between the left and the right about. It's really a nowhere. We're not going to go anywhere with that. The whole dialogue of gun control is dead in the water, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm not going to take your guns. That's my point. If we agree to disagree on some of the other issues, social issues, obviously you're pro-life. I may be pro-choice, which I am. But I understand your perspective. I mean, there's a lot of areas where we could find common ground, but clearly gun control we can't even discuss, because I don't want to talk about gun control, and I don't want gun control. So it's really the centrist movement is predicated on the idea that we all have the right to bear arms and we have the right to freely speak out, even if we disagree. So. But the timing of this event really comes under the heading of diversion. And unfortunately, that's the problem now in America. We've got a president that's very gimmicky and uses every means possible to divert attention from the real issues. And obviously, the Republicans don't want to answer to the issues the Democrats have raised with facts. They just want to come back with, oh, it's all fake news. It's all a big, huge hoax. Well, yeah, they just want us to be two cows in the pasture, one on the left and one on the right. That's basically our destiny. They want to divide us. Moo. And the Republicans just won't ask the questions. They refuse to ask the questions. So they just blindly support Donald Trump. Hard to get over that, but we're only talking about a 25 million person group of Republicans. It's not that big. It's not the 50% majority of the country. The Democrats actually have more popular votes coming into 2020. They will ostensibly win the popular vote still to this day. But if Pete Buttigieg wins the Democratic nomination, Donald Trump would win the popular vote in America. No questions asked. It's almost a guarantee that if Donald Trump hangs in and goes on to the 2020 election full tilt, he'll still have enough votes to pull and beat the Democrats if Pete Buttigieg wins the nomination. If Biden wins the nomination, it's going to be even right down the line, 50-50. Biden hasn't done enough to destroy his credibility to make him not a viable contender, and that's why he's still leading in most of the polls. Elizabeth Warren's been known as a total liar, and it comes off as such, and she hasn't really gotten past the lying about the Cherokee Indian thing. I think she should be prosecuted. But wherever we go, we're still being led around by technocrats and people that like to have lots of money, like Elon Musk. Yeah. Ethically, our country's lost. We have a Democratic Party that seems to be leaning toward communism. The Nancy Pelosi saying she wants to come up with a policy of a preemptive surrender to Iran plan, which is absurd. Elon Musk, yeah. Elon's must. But this is a story that I can't even believe, but somebody said Nancy Pelosi's letter begins the declaration that Trump's airstrike last week targeting Soleimani is responsible for the murders of hundreds of Americans of the Quds Force was provocative and disproportionate. A term suggesting the attack was illegal under international law and would constitute a war crime. Yeah, I don't think that's going to serve our best interests if we just negate what Donald Trump just did. I mean, the guy's dead. He made a calculated decision. The State Department backed him. Yes, he doesn't always agree with the State Department. He decided to go with it. The timing looks very, very much in favor of him, but it could also be a justified attack on a very key element in their army. So I'm 50-50 on the issue. It really depends on how many people are going to die at this point. If we see this thing escalating, somebody said, Dave, what about them putting a dirty bomb or something within our country? It's like, yeah, that's a terrible situation. So Donald Trump just raised the bar of that happening. That could be horrible. Then I obviously would say, no, we should never have done that. But we are dealing with a group of people in Iran that are engaged in a simple hide and seek kind of thing. They hide as much as they can, and nobody can see what they have. Iran probably has all the elements to create nuclear weapons, if not an entire nuclear weapon arsenal. Israel has been tracking this. Netanyahu had found a neutron detonator that was located in and around Tehran. Tehran has had a history of lying about their nuclear material enrichment process to the point where they didn't even show one of the areas to the IAEA, hiding it for years. They have a history of lying about all of the inspections. So we have a conscious reason to distrust Iran. And those of you on the left that think we shouldn't distrust them have to only look at what Jimmy Carter had to deal with when he couldn't get the hostages released after 444 days. It was only through Ronald Reagan's activities that they actually got the hostages out. And ironically, it turned out to be an Iran-Contra arms for hostages trade that finally did it, which is negotiating with terrorists. So we've ostensibly given in to these people once before. We don't want to do that again. So we are showing a different face right now. That's for sure. Thank you, Oval. I know people that are ready to go to war and just say, hey, let's finish them off, not realizing we're being used as a proxy for the New World Order and their attempt to break down the banking system in Iran that runs off of the religious leaders. I honestly believe that if we just left good enough alone right now and not continue messing with a hornet's nest, both of our countries can evolve economically, which is really their primary goal. They want to be seen as an India-style nation, about as large as India in their minds. For a country of 82 million people, they really want a bigger status. And it's very important, Iran, to Iranians that they don't be seen as weak. They want to have the upper hand in the deal. And this is part of their psyche, part of what goes into their makeup. It's also considered normal to lie to each other in that country. It's actually revered and rewarded among children lying to each other. Very strange aspect of the Middle East. Being it's a center of the origin of trade with Phoenicia and all the earlier civilizations, the art of the deal became the biggest part of their lives. And it's a small area, so they had to be really good at deceiving each other. And therein lies the problem. Iran can't be trusted with their decisions. And they also have a strong jihadist mentality and also another mainstream normalized capitalist society forming around them, moderates that don't want any type of jihad. But the jihadists are driving the idea that this nation has become a rogue nation and indeed could be suicidal in nature. Giving them the ability to create a nuclear weapon like Obama did puts all of us at risk because they could have this suicidal jihadist mentality that if they deliver upon their great promise, that they'll all go to heaven and be with 72 virgins. So we're dealing with that possibility too. All of that comes under the heading of we need to tread lightly, but we need to start moving toward non-proliferation. And if they keep making nuclear weapons and they don't come to the table again, then we have military alternatives. But if they come to the table and say, you know, we do want to work with you, we want to build economically, we just don't want economic sanctions, maybe there's room for a discussion here. There's a possibility. So there is some wiggle room on our end to retract a lot of the economic sanctions. Maybe we can get them back to the table of discussing the matter. But reparations, that's out of the question. They've already gotten the money from Obama. People who are Ashkenazis are welcome here. I don't encourage prejudice against any group of people. Venezuela has been mishandled by Donald Trump. He turned his back on Maduro and supported a coup. That was a big mistake tactically. We should have a good relationship with Maduro. We really should. It shouldn't be as divisive as it is right now. We should keep a lot of people around with discussions going on with countries that would normally be seen as enemies. We should have people in our State Department who are experts at communicating with them and maintain a solid relationship, even if we're at odds with each other. It doesn't serve any purpose to not communicate with other countries. I don't know if it was abuse or not, but Abdul is a solid person. I don't exactly know what the person said, 293 said. What do you think is abusive about it? I'm sure he made a calculated decision that made sense for him. I don't know what those people were saying. I didn't read it. It disappeared. David, why is there a recurring theme during the duration of this show where numerous individuals have insinuated that you are in fact... What? I'm not. No. Ad is doing great. Yeah, he was doing great. Scissor Fight says he did fine. Okay, I have to put a few things away. So while I do that, clearing the room for the 10 o'clock hour, I have to do a few things because I had 29 tags open today. I have to clear them out. This is the story about the judge rejecting government's motion to toss suit over missing Trump-Putin meeting notes. Now, like I've said before in the show, Trump did not record any conversations with Putin, which to me implies guilt. So I'll put this in the Trump suck. No, I'll put it in GOP Russian collaboration. I flip these to my flipboard. Hi, Roche. How's being a chef treating you? Are you cooking with a lot of shellfish? I love shellfish. This is a story about Donald McGahn, who, if he does testify in the upcoming impeachment Senate hearing trial, this man will no doubt repeat what he said, that Trump tried to fire Mueller 5 times, which is obstruction of justice, plain and simple. So I'll put this in House Trump sucks. There we go. Because Trump should have had this guy testify already in the hearing. He didn't let him. He won't let a lot of these people testify. Okay, we heard about the warning of 52 Iranian targets. That was last week's news. As tensions with Iran escalated, Trump opted for the most extreme measure. Yeah. That's pretty much the sum total of that. Pence got it wrong about the Soleimani being involved in 9/11 attacks. According to the LA Times, Pence falsely links Iranian general to the 9/11 attacks. There's no proof that the general was involved in the 9/11 attacks. They could never connect Iraq or Iran to the 9/11 attacks, but here we are at war in both Iraq and Iran. No, I wasn't believing a guest chatter over Ahmad, no. But I was trying to, give everybody a chance to question what was going on. Even if it means, trying to, stand up for the underdog in this matter. Meatloaf says Greta Thunberg has been brainwashed into thinking climate change is real. I agree with Meatloaf.
President Trump has been vocal about you more than once, saying you have anger management issues. You nearly came face to face with him in New York.
Yeah.
What would you have said if you'd had the chance?
Honestly, I don't think I would have said anything, because he's obviously not listening to scientists and experts.
Experts. Actually, the scientists are completely mixed on the issue of climate change. There are thousands of scientists in total disagreement on this issue. Okay. David, does Israel want the Kurds to get a nation so the Arabs, Turks, and Iranians preoccupy themselves with the Kurds and not the Jews? That's a very interesting point, Begalitis. It's almost like the Kurds are the wayward population of nomads now. It used to be Jewish people, and then Palestinians, and now the Kurds. It's kind of like a token group that's being tossed around. Do you know that the Arab world and the Palestinians were offered a homeland early on in the formation of Israel? Yasser Arafat was offered a homeland. They really were. Jerusalem was not going to be their homeland, though, and they were so upset that they couldn't have Jerusalem as their homeland that they continued this constant anger toward Israel. It's interesting how kind Israel was in giving away all those properties, too. The Sinai Peninsula was given back to Egypt right after the Camp David Accord between Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat, managed by Jimmy Carter, by the way. But that was an amazing acquisition of land for Egypt. Huge. So it's not like Israel hasn't done anything to capitulate with the Palestinians. I don't have a one-sided view of that, like Donald Trump and Joe Biden do, the pro-Zionists that they are. I have a view that's objective and tries to look at the middle of this entire problem, as opposed to leaning in the direction of supporting Israel all the time. The best choice we could have as a nation is to take a neutral stance as opposed to a pro-Zionist stance that Biden and Trump are on. You're about to fall asleep? Yeah, I know. It's easy to fall asleep. The story is so boring. I mean, I'm the first to admit how disturbing the politics are right now. Now, you people and the Republicans still say that the economy is going great. The stock market went up a little bit today. But this report from Salon doesn't agree. Donald Trump has a tendency of taking credit for a rising stock market, now at 28,703, up 68 points. But in reality, the stock market is not really an indication of the economy anymore. It's more about people with lots of money wanting to play with their money. This is more of a factor in the economy. And the fact that he's raised tariffs, which cut employment and hurt U.S. manufacturing, is a solid reason to be angry right now. And the fact that Donald Trump is actually he's got a Treasury Secretary that seems like a half-wit who talks about the missing $1.5 trillion somehow is gone from our circulation. I don't know if anybody knows where this is, but he claims, Mnuchin says 1.5 trillion magically disappeared in banks and vaults all over the world. But there's been some irregularities by Mnuchin, and putting huge amounts of money in the stock market, backing it, has led to the stock market's rise. So really guaranteeing that it's solid, I don't know. Hard to say that. The systemic flaws in the economy still persist and will remain in effect as we continue to languish with lack of production, with the new housing market still struggling to grow. Real estate tanking in some cities, relatively speaking, although still strong and buoyant, it's not showing great growth, especially since it's capped out around $1 million a house in LA and New York. All right. So we're seeing a lot of different things happen, none of which make any sense. Okay, let's play a little 153 News. This is the guy that kind of laid it all on the line today, or yesterday, the other day at Golden Globe Awards. He pissed off a lot of people. He told the truth.
Fifth time. So, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. The Hollywood foreign press are all very, very racist. So, fifth time. So, we were going to do an in memoriam this year, but when I saw the list of people that had died, it wasn't diverse enough. No. It was mostly white people. And I thought, nah, not on my watch. Maybe next year. Let's see what happens. No one cares about movies anymore. No one goes to cinema. No one really watches network TV. Everyone's watching Netflix. This show should just be me coming out going, well done, Netflix, you win everything. Good night. But no, we got to drag it out for 3 hours. You could binge watch the entire first season of Afterlife instead of watching this show. That's a show about a man who wants to kill himself because his wife dies of cancer. And it's still more fun than this.
He's hilarious. Yeah, his name is Ricky Gervais. And we'll have his 7 minutes of his video tonight after 10 o'clock. All right, that's coming up. Yeah, Netflix pretty much has a corner on television. But you know, if Netflix were to bring on commercials, you'd see all kinds of other networks pop up around them. And you're already seeing that with Disney starting their own. The thing that really kills subscription TV are commercials. And so far, Netflix hasn't gone to that level yet. You believe that guy's career in Hollywood is over? Maybe. I mean, maybe he doesn't even care. You know, let's see what his net worth is. He's got $130 million. He doesn't care if he works anymore. See, unlike Donald Trump's cabinet of 6 billionaires, a lot of these people, when they get $130 million, they don't even care. Yeah, he doesn't need to work anymore. Why would he have to work? Yeah. I mean, even Siegfried and Roy are still living off their profits from when they were in Vegas. Their net worth is $120 million. They're doing great. They don't have any... Yeah, even after the accident, they're still hanging in there. I think they shop every once in a while at the local market in Vegas. No, I'm just kidding. They hire their people to go shopping. They don't even come out of their complex. They're living fine on $120 million. I don't think that guy's going to need to worry about a job. Yeah. Anyway, Netflix does need a live chat room. You're right. But we don't have the ability of actually getting Netflix to run our show. I tried to get Hulu to do an advertisement for America's Third Party, and they told me my starting cost was $30,000. That was Hulu many years ago. Even to buy into it was 30 grand just up front. So it's not like we would even qualify. Well, if Netflix charges more, chances are people could move on to another area. Yeah, I'm not hung up on Netflix. I like Prime. I like. I'm sure I would like Disney, and Apple, I understand, is coming out with a new. So the competition alone should prevent any commercials. But there are sites like Crackle that offer commercials already, and they're modestly popular, especially if you have nothing to watch and you don't want to pay anything. Yeah, so maybe the overwhelming backlash of raising prices will be people just watching commercial TV for free, like many people did during the broadcast years. I can tell you my experience is so much better when I watch episodic shows without commercials that I would be willing to pay extra just to not watch commercials. How much extra? Well, I think they wanted to charge $24 a month at one point when Netflix stock tanked. And at that point, people like Carl Icahn bought $172 million worth. And it was huge. It put a lot of money in the hands of Netflix. They put it all into production. Smart move. And then all of a sudden his stock instantly quadrupled, and now he's made over $1 billion on that investment, $1.5 billion on that investment. Smart move by Carl Icahn. Hulu wasn't free. No, they had a free program, but Hulu had no commercials when it started, right, and was free. But Hulu kind of, I don't know, they haven't dug in. I don't know. I'm sure Hulu does a lot of original broadcasting. They still take feeds from, like, I guess the Desperate Housewives show is on that network. So you can watch reruns on Hulu. I think a lot of things in the future will come down to reruns. So commercial television will be easy to produce, and they'll be a lot easier to maintain. But what I'm impressed by is how aggressive Netflix has been, and Amazon is starting. They just invested $10 billion in their network, Prime. No, excuse me. Apple just put $10 billion into production. Apple did. $10 billion. That's a lot to put into production. So they're coming out with originals, and they may partner up with some other company. Disney as well. And Disney already has a massive library, so they're coming into this with very low production costs. So Disney still a long-term has a shot in this. But whoever wins this long-term battle over our viewing will eventually, have to answer to the question of, same question that was put out there to subscription TV back in the 80s, is that you can't disallow commercials. So technically, if I were an advertiser right now, I could sue Netflix for not allowing me to advertise on their shows. And theoretically, I could win using the precedent of Citizens United in court. The very same principle was applied by Michael Cohen, the former FCC director under Clinton. Not Michael Cohen, excuse me. Michael Powell. The son of Colin Powell. Michael Powell was the one that said that they had to put advertising in subscription TV to comply with the First Amendment. Advertisers claim that their First Amendment right is to be able to put their name out there no matter what. And they use that. And if they use that here, it's very likely we're going to be seeing commercials on Netflix. Eventually, it'll be pushed into our face, whether we like it or not. iVlog is being censored, yeah. Well, we've got quite a few guests now on iVlog, and our numbers have grown, which is good. But our mods are not censoring it. No. If you disagree with our mods, it's because you just violated. They have a low-key profile over there. No, they have a low-key profile, and they're not like Vaughn. Vaughn is more volatile and more likely to have various far left, and various far right views. Whereas people are more moderate at iVlog, and that's because our mods are moderating it. There you go. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. You have free TV at US TV Go? Oh, wow. Okay. It's kind of like Crackle. Wow. So they're putting out free TV on that net. I don't know how legal these things are, but when you have the big networks out there and you're running a show on a network, I don't know how legal that is. Yeah. I mean, they claim to have these networks. Wow. That's pretty impressive. Wow. And it's all free. Okay, well, I'm not going to give you a link to that, but I'll check it out, I guess. Yeah, well, there's a reason why iVlog was a spillover for a lot of people. Hi, Kiefer boy. And you're in bed listening, Soul Child. Thank you. Yeah, there's a reason why there's a spillover, because people on Vaughn were very disruptive for a long time, and when we had guest chat allowed, we had a lot more attacks on Vaughn, so iVlog became our spillover network. We didn't have a choice, really. We had to go somewhere, and there weren't that many networks to go to. Don't feel safe with Dave, please, Rush. Your friend put ads on JTV to make money, and he got in trouble? Wow. Oh, so he advertised it on Justin TV to make money. Interesting. You've been gone a while, yeah. Well, I'm glad things are okay. I mean, it's almost like we can barely even go back and remember the earliest days on Blog TV anymore. It's been such a long time. 7 years we've had to leave Blog TV. 4 years we were on Blog TV. So what's really interesting is I've been hearing from people that the Metropolitan Correctional Center has blue outfits. I'm going to see if I can corroborate that. Yeah, what's really strange is Metro, where Jeffrey Epstein was held, Metropolitan Correctional Center, the inmates are all dressed in blue. Yeah. Well, you know, we run our IP through a VPN, so somebody sees our VPN, but they don't know where we're broadcasting from. Well, please, yeah, all I can tell you is I'm still debating all different I'm analyzing all different bits of information. But look at the blue. The inmates wear, it's not prison issue orange, and you look through these, there's not much there. That's a Sacramento jail thing. But the men in Metropolitan CC wear blue. So it contradicts the Epstein photographs that have just been released today. Michael Baden released more Epstein photographs, none of which look real. This looks like a photoshopped image. Everything about this image looks photoshopped. It's ridiculous how poorly done it was done too. It's even, there's a cut mark here. You can see the cut mark. That's a classic cut mark when a Photoshop was done. I guess they wanted it to look like something around his neck or something. It's ridiculous. It's the most horribly photoshopped area. This area right here is, you can even see the, it's ridiculous. I can't even go there. It's so stupid. There's some markings right in here that look anti-alias right there, like jaggies in the hair. Hair doesn't look like that normally. Anyway, why would they lie to us? Because he's still alive. Yeah, he's still alive.
I can't talk.
Okay, gotcha. I know you can't talk, but yeah, it's not him really. I mean, you look at his autopsy photos, his ear is different, his nose is different. How could it be him? Why do they keep telling us he was murdered now? No, he's still alive, obviously. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, he was seen alive here August 30th, looking up at the camera, the drone camera. 20 days after he died, his signature light blue shirt here is seen with Trump. This was 2 years before Trump allegedly raped a 13-year-old girl. Yeah, and then denied it. The girl sued twice about the case, but she ended up giving up the lawsuit in 2016. She's much older now, but she said that Trump had threatened to kill her. She's not the only one that said that Trump had threatened to kill her. Michael Cohen said that Trump had threatened to kill her. Stormy Daniels said that some thug said, "Hey, you better stop this Trump thing. Oh, what a pretty little girl," referring to her daughter, 1-year-old daughter. "Oh, we wouldn't want to lose her mother, would we now?" You know, that type of thing. So a lot of people have been threatened or claim to have been threatened. So pretty sad, isn't it? The year of lies and deceit. I can't believe that photograph. It's so ridiculous. I never did hear Tom Hanks at the Golden Globe, so he was famous, though, for his strange facial expressions. So we're not sure if this is because he was acting like Mr. Rogers or something. Because I hear he doesn't do a very good impersonation of Mr. Rogers. It's not the best impersonation. Won't you be my neighbor? Hey, neighbor. Hey, Tom. You seem a little bit tense. Could it be that people are accusing you of things? Bad things? Awful things, Mr. Tom? Well, we basically give iVlog over to people who want to have a moderate perspective. And I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. He seems to be full of himself, like he's inflating. I think he may be one of those blow-up dolls. I'm not sure. Biden is a liar, yeah. He's caught lying. You know, he was caught plagiarizing during his years in law school. He wrote a paper, 1/3 of it was plagiarized. He just laughed it off like it's what everyone does. Hanks says he has imposter syndrome. Well, it was Tom Hanks. It's now Rand Paul. Tom disappeared. This was a bad story we just covered. Vice News. ICE detention center captain was a neo-Nazi on a neo-Nazi website, and he wanted to start a white nationalist group. These are the kind of people that are mistreating the poor Mexican people that are illegals coming into our country, thinking they'll have a better life, or the Guatemalan people who are struggling to get to a better life because their wives are being raped by the guerrillas. And we got a feature video here for 55 minutes coming up, the Australian fires, evidence of directed energy weapons in use. We got this from Scissor Fight earlier. And the reason why Scissor Fight is a mod also has a lot to do with the fact that he is so very supportive of our show and provides us great links. Yeah, really, free mainstream media TV, screw that. I agree. Here's a cool idea. This came from Medveral. He showed us this pool. This is going on in England. They're making mod pools, they're called, out of containers. Yeah. They take containers and core them out and put a glass piece in one side, and they create pools. They reinforce them and create pools out of them. Isn't that cool? Just set the foundations and wait for the pool to fill up. You got yourself a wonderful water experience. Yeah, the only problem is they're like $34,000 US. That's the only problem. Well, he has great links, and he's been very, very stable in our show and has been very supportive of background information and information we would never been able to get without people checking the internet. Tom allegedly was involved in somebody says, what did Tom Hanks do? At this point, nothing. Yeah, Tom Hanks is guilty of nothing. Everyone's innocent until proven guilty. But there are people alleging that there's something very weird about him, and I talked about his art collection. Ooh, this is a good meme. This is really good. Thanks, Scissor Fight. Fight war, not wars. I like that. That's really cool. That's really cool. But there are allegations that Tom has a very weird art collection of one glove, and he takes pictures of gloves laying down on the ground and shoes. Now you can either stage these events and put a shoe out and take a picture of it, which is probably what he did. Or you could just go around looking for children who've been abducted who have one shoe off. It's just a strange, weird, bizarre art collection that Tom has. And many people wonder why he pushed himself so hard to get the role of Mr. Rogers, which involved filming around a lot of children. So there's nothing that he's done that anyone knows of. It's just very weird. Everything about him seems kind of odd. Yeah, he's an art collection online, photographic art collection. Let me see if I can get it for you. Individual shoes and gloves. Yeah. Okay, here's an example of his site Tom Hanks has. This is his YouTube site or his Twitter site. He says, poor little shoe, little kid shoe, Hanks. Okay, that's just one example right there. And I can take you there right now. I'll link it to you. No, I would gladly pay a registration fee if you wanted to get me hooked up in your state to register on the ballot. That's fine. But there's now 35 states I have to do that on. It's almost ridiculous. So we don't get enough donations to even do that. That's just one of his many tweets. And he has a whole collection of art like this, of just single shoes. And the fact that he wrote on there, poor little shoe, little kid shoe, Hanks. No, it's not that I would get more viewers, it's that they would stop censoring me if I, in fact, was not running. Right. I'm censored heavily across the globe. We have the same number of followers on Twitter as we did 9 years ago. Same thing, subscribers on YouTube. We're lucky to even have a channel on YouTube. Many people have had their channels taken off, but we have had no subscriber added. And I have people tell me all the time, they add me as a subscriber, and they add themselves, and it doesn't show up. People say they like my videos, and it doesn't show up. So it wouldn't really matter. I think they're still going to censor me even if I wasn't running for office. It really wouldn't matter. They know that they think they can get away with this right now, but I'm going to be running this campaign till at least 2088. There's a photograph of me in the future, from the future. I guess you'd have to be a time traveler to get me out there. By the time 2088 rolls around, I will be ready to go. I will be ready for action. I'll look something like this. This will be the winning poster for 2088. Vote for me. I'm still alive. You can still vote for me. Just kidding. Okay. Well, let's be clear. I'm going to put the Not Wars poster in there. Thank you very much. That's great. Fight war, not wars. I like that. Yeah, talk about making a mountain out of a molehill. You know, a simple little shoe photograph, not a big deal. But when you have a whole art collection of shoe photographs, that's what Tom Hanks has.
Someone please tell me, what the fuck is this?
Whoa. Check this out. PK just found this picture of something that he found in and around Australia's raging wildfire.
Someone please tell me, what the fuck is this?
Thank you. That is a directed energy weapon that was used to create the Australian outback fires that are raging still to this day. It's artificial weather modification. That's what that is. Yes. So if many of you think that there's no such thing as climate change, that's fine. But bear in mind that climate change really is weather modification. There's no way you can deny this. I mean, when they try to do weather modification, they conduct climate change. It's a known fact. Well, what do you mean by weather modification, Dave? Well, this is a summit going on where they actually talk about weather modification. Yeah. And they discuss it. They're very wealthy people that are planning on controlling the weather, and you're not invited. You're not actually permitted to go there. But they're behind this big plan to create the environment that we now see as climate change. So don't kid yourself. This is really going on. It's happening as we speak right now in the skies above us. They're manufacturing what we call climate change. NASA can't pick up anything. All they can do is lie about everything. NASA and NOAA work together to lie about the weather. They hide so much. Exactly, Roche. They hide so much that it's not even funny. I would cut their budget and focus on just getting payloads of satellites into the atmosphere. That would be the primary purpose of NASA. Until NASA could earn a profit, I wouldn't fund it. So expect me to cut the budget for NASA from $20 billion a year to $5 billion a year, and fuse them with NOAA and keep their assets down as well. We don't need to have people predicting things that aren't really coming true, that they themselves are creating. Oh, they'll create a hurricane just as easily as they can predict it. They have the ability to create hurricanes with weather modification. It's totally possible. Let's see if there's a video there. Okay, no video. All right, good. Well, we covered the whole area that we could. We didn't really focus on Jeffrey Epstein's, where he has his secret underground facility where he stores women who are molested by politicians, and they videotape them. Yeah, well, I believe that since Jeffrey Epstein is still alive, in my eyes, he's probably somewhere around St. James Island, Little St. James or Big St. James. And there's concern that maybe this guy's gotten away with all kinds of things. And sure enough, Jeffrey Epstein was seen illegally building on Big St. James Island before he was arrested. So whatever he did before the infamous suicide, he was actually building an underground bunker. A federal judge ruled the prosecutors working the case broke the law by not notifying Epstein's victims they were cutting him a plea deal. But even then, he still had complete coverage by Alexander Acosta, our former labor secretary, who said that he was told to back off of prosecuting Epstein because Epstein was in intelligence, meaning he was working to get dirt on politicians. And those politicians would be vulnerable to manipulation. Well, that's exactly what Epstein's all about. He's not out of play, he's in play. And all the dirt he has is still undercover, and they're still using it against politicians to control our government. But he reportedly was building a compound on the 165-acre island of Great St. James, which he purchased for $18 million in 2016. The project has been the subject of a stop work order since December, but they told him to stop the work. He didn't have permits for any of that. But a spokesman confirmed that there had been unauthorized work on the island since the stop work order was issued. So while he was in jail, he was still building his complex at Big St. James Island, which nobody's even investigated. Yeah. Excellent work. Check it out. Here's the link to New York Post. You found the lady who liked being groped by Biden? Really? Good night to everyone except creepy Joe Biden. Oh, okay. Now, apparently, this is like out in the open now. Biden has this incessant desire to touch women and men and children. And thank you for the link. Please, Mr. David. Yeah, that's really amazing. I had no idea Biden was up to that. Yeah.
What do I do?
I don't know. You're kind of painting yourself into a corner there, Joe. You know? What do? You do everything you want. You kiss, smell, touch. Hey, there's a Japanese woman, the world's oldest person, turns 117 and adds another year to the record. Well, congratulations. This is fantastic. Let's take a look at see what she looks like. Here we go, the big reveal. 117 and still looking good. Oh, look at her, isn't she something? Well, good for her. She's got her headset on so she can listen to her radio. Sony probably fixed some ears set for her with enhanced hearing. Check this out. She wakes up at 6 a.m. and studies math for fun. Sarah would love to hear that. I'll tell her about this woman. But Kana Tanaka, the world's oldest living person, did not have longevity advice for anyone when she turned 117. She just wanted more cake. Tasty, she said, smiling as she bit into her slice. I want some more. Tanaka was declared the world's oldest living human last March at age 116 and 66 days old. Now she's defied mortality 1 year longer, celebrating at a nursing home in southern Japan. There she is.
Let's check on today's weather now. And Tony, something strange
Okay, we got a strange little piece here from Australia.
going on in the skies of southern Queensland in the past day.
Good afternoon, Katrina. Yes, we've started seeing some mysterious echoes appearing on the radar now. They started late yesterday afternoon over the Darling Downs with trails of blue sweeping across the southeast during the evening and overnight before it all dissipated early this morning. So, what is it? Well, it's not weather-related. Skies were clear last night and there was no rain recorded anywhere. Now, one theory is that it's a thing called chaff, small metal or plastic fibres released into the air to help shield military aircraft from radar detection during exercises. No one has confirmed that, but these streams here are consistent with something being released in the upper atmosphere over the Downs, then being swept across the southeast by strong winds. Interesting nonetheless.
Let's check on today's weather now. And
Hey, I think that Australia is being put in the bobby That's really intense. So they literally, the weather department admitted that they're using metal chaff in the sky, which is an incendiary device. In order to create the flash fires in Australia, they seed the clouds with metal chaff like aluminum and barium. This is exactly what they did in California before they started the directed energy weapon hit and the strike on that state. I don't need more voters. I don't even need to even be during the election process mentioned. I really don't. If it doesn't happen naturally, I don't want it to happen at all. Yeah. We waited for donations for years and no one would give us any. In fact, last quarter we got no donations, but that doesn't mean I'm not still trying. But I have no need to aggrandize myself and get more voters. Yeah, I'm here for one purpose, and that's organically to do what no one else has ever done. Build a third party against all odds. Yeah, it's not like I'm trying to pad my pocket doing this. I have no interest in money whatsoever. I'm already set financially, so I'm not worried about my future. Most people live on a very tight control, like they can't get by without, meeting their minimum payments on their credit card. I don't have that problem. So I have the time to do this. Here's another case of a directed energy weapon seen in the skies. Looks like the same beams of light being witnessed over Iraq are also being witnessed in Canada at the same time. How weird. That's strange. These are like directed energy swashes of video here. No, Bernie and I would never agree. We're not part of the two-party system, J-Mix. We're here for people who've abandoned the two-party system, who no longer believe it can possibly represent them. And Chatroom Celebrity says that 200 people have been arrested across all of Australia deliberately setting fires. I find that incredibly hard to believe. Yeah. This is coming out of Alex Jones or Summit News. 24 people were arrested for arson, risking prison sentence up to 25 years. And the Queensland police concluded 103 fires were deliberately set with 98 people, 67 of them juveniles. Okay. This is very strange considering no one's been prosecuted for starting fires in California. Right. Jennifer Aniston was seen reading the teleprompter during the Golden Globes.
A meticulous investigation will soon be pouring over the devastated fire grounds all along the south coast. Vital work for the coroner, who will probe.
Without a solid investigation and proof that these people started the fires, it's just supposition.
So clearly the deaths of people that have occurred as a result of these fires.
And a more sinister consideration, were the fires intentionally started? Police have formed a strike force in Dara comprising detectives from homicide and arson squads, plus drawing on insights from officers with local knowledge who will lead the work.
We'll make available any other specialist resources in terms of our forensic services group and other criminal investigators.
Arson squad detectives are also part of this strike force responsible for tracking down firebugs known to be responsible for lighting deliberately lit fires like this one at South Turramurra last November. Part of their charter is also proactive, knocking on the doors of known arsonists when conditions get this bad to prevent them from getting up to no good.
Okay.
Well, 7 News is...
Yeah, they're not even asking the question in California what they're asking in Australia, ironically. At least they're asking the question. They're not even doing that in California. Video surveillance from Jeffrey Epstein's suicide attempt in July is missing. Very strange. Yeah, video surveillance of the jailhouse area outside of the accused child sex trafficker is missing, especially considering one of his roommates insisted they keep the footage. They still got rid of it. Nick Tartaglione, the former cop from Westchester County, was in the cell next to him and said that he definitely wanted to keep that footage, and it was just completely destroyed. Tartaglione claims he saved the life of Epstein during the first suicide attempt. Yeah, see, all of that's missing. And the access point leading out to the van that carried Jeffrey Epstein away, I don't mean the dead Epstein in the autopsy van, I mean the living one. That van footage is gone. It apparently was an anonymous poster who posted right at the same time that Jeffrey Epstein was allegedly dead. Anonymous poster on 4chan made a statement that he had been there and seen a van with a guy in green khakis carry a body out. And a body in. A body in and a body out. Eric has a link. Okay.
The search for 25-year-old Kevin Bacon was called off after Michigan State Police say they found Bacon's body at this home in Bennington Township this morning.
Sounds like there was a weirdo living down there.
State police took a 50-year-old man into custody for open murder.
Police officer told me they're going to be down there all day.
One neighbor says it's not the first encounter he's had on the street. He had one man show up on his doorstep back in November.
He grasped my arm and started asking for help as a gentleman pulled in my driveway and started approaching him saying everything's fine, and he's saying keep him away, keep him away.
While many questions remain unanswered, those who were close to Kevin are remembering him as sweet and full of love.
He had this light about him, this sparkling personality that it drew you to him.
Crystal Grosshart is a managing partner at Vintage Beauty in Swartz Creek and worked with Kevin and says his work and passion as a hairstylist was unmatched.
He was an artist. Yeah, he was a very talented artist. Like his vivid work, like with vivid colors, with the blues and the pinks and the purples.
She was at work when the news broke, and it hasn't been easy.
Everyone who works here is just devastated. I didn't handle it very well. I definitely cried.
Blake Keller, WNEM TV5.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know about that murder. Missing Swartz Creek man Kevin Bacon found dead. He's a very talented stylist. Video surveillance gone. No real investigation by William Barr into Jeffrey Epstein. Nothing happening, moving fast. William Barr promised to investigate the mysterious death. Nothing is coming out of William Barr's office, just like I predicted. Yeah, he's done nothing to investigate this. This is kind of like a wash. They're trying to cover up the fact that Jeffrey Epstein is still alive, clearly. We've got massive cover-ups going on in our country right now. It's horrible. It's absolutely beyond belief. It's getting worse the way they do this, too. Here's a picture above the house of Scissor Fight. Look up, wake up. Daily chemtrails in California, Orange County, California. Look at this. Wow. Now you've got 8 minutes of this very good footage above your house. And I like the fact that you take your time and put some music behind it, emphasizing how omnipresent these chemicals are. Eric, really, Anne doesn't have any plan on having a relationship with you. It's highly unlikely you two will hook up behind the library or something. And Mike Decker in Wyoming shows a FedEx plane delivering carbon black dust mixed for climate engineering programs. Again, I go back to the simple fact that they're modifying the weather. That's climate change, folks. They're getting away with it, too. Look at this. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my God.
Trolls. Dumping.
Wow. Same thing over Wyoming as Orange County, California.
January 4th, must be close to 8. Mass spraying this morning. Mass carbon black, coal fly, whatever.
Yeah, these planes deliver passengers
Set
and
it for 414.
they deliver passengers, and he takes pictures of them dropping these chemtrails behind them. Anne's been antagonizing you? Really? And why are you bothering to pick on Eric for good? Really? What's your game plan? What are you trying to get out of this, Anne? Well, we got a lot of footage tonight. I'm glad we're here with friends. Yeah, man, this is cool. Totally, dude. He's just bitter. Maybe he's upset that he can't be you, Eric. Oftentimes people are jealous. Yeah. And Kiefer Boy still has more stories to tell about how he runs into people watching our show. Hello, David. I had the pleasure of taking a guided boat tour while in the Lesser Antilles this past week. To my amazement, while on break, the captain was chatting to his mate about your container wall idea. That's amazing, Kiefer Boy. Everywhere you go, people talk about me. Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, how could you not believe that? You're so right. Impeachment. Yeah, we saw that before. Yeah, we know that these are horrible things people are saying to each other. Eric, you're only enticing these things by telling Mad Dog these things. Whatever. I think there's a kind of a tit for tat here, or tip for tat. No, John, Mark never really finished his mobile app. The reason is he's too busy collecting money censoring our show. Yeah, that would require him hiring a coder, and it's much easier just to collect the money to censor our show and not provide any tools for you guys to have interaction. And Kiefer Boy, your message was just censored. Mark is really keeping you down. Yeah, it's pretty obvious Mark has something against you. It says, I fully support David. I would like to tell you, message censored. See, right there. Message censored. I'm so sorry for you. Everything you say in here is censored now. Kiefer Boy, everything. You can't even come up with any real solutions, and it's almost like we're not allowed to talk anymore. Isn't that, now that's just sad, see? Okay, I'm going to closer now. I'm going to sign off with the closer. This is just a remembrance of what we do. And tell people about us, a third party forming in the middle of the political spectrum. And visit us again tomorrow night. We'll be on till 1 o'clock tonight with movies, playing off of our playlists, and gives you a lot more information that you normally wouldn't get in the mainstream media. So thanks for that, and thank you for all the links provided. Scissor Fight, appreciate it. Yep. I figured that. Exactly. Good point. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow, 5 o'clock for, Truth Tuesday. Today is Conspiracy Monday, signing off.
Thank you.